Hello. Wow. All right. So the plan for today is going to be mostly McCoy. I'm hoping that we take McCoy logging. I do apologize that I wasn't able to really stream yesterday. I wasn't really feeling well, so I ended up spending a good deal of the day just resting, and I'm feeling much better now, thankfully. Okay, we'll get started here in a moment. Just waiting for the game to load up. Yeah. Hi, Kurumi. Congrats on first. Good morning slash evening, depending. Yesterday. Like things were okay for a little while, but yesterday I was playing games with Emma briefly after I had just finished updating the leaderboard, and I started to feel really overheated, and then just no good. Didn't really feel very good. Stomach issues and such. So I was just like I need to rest. So I started to rest, and but I wanted to message everyone so that folks wouldn't wonder where I wandered off to. So I just posted in the general on Discord. It was less than ideal, but feeling much better now. Hopefully we'll be able to take McCoy. That's the plan for today, is to take most of the area of McCoy logging, put it under control, and if there's time, maybe pushing the rest of the side of Muldra, depending. Go Shambler, go. Ah, yes, I remember. So, this is gonna break really soon. We need to switch backpacks. Okay. Okay, you're good. Let's go. Should be a bit of a path somewhere. Like, oh, there it is. Maybe I think. Yeah, there it is. It's like a hiking path almost. All right. Yeah, this one. It's just a little overgrown. Not super overgrown, no. Because that's the thing about the hiking paths is they are, although they overgrow a little bit, they aren't like forest. Okay. What's up? Not much. I'm just kind of getting started. The goal is to clear McCoy, although part of it seems clear already. And make our judgments here. I need to find a welding mask. Finding a cooking pot's kind of nice. Apologies. This bag doesn't have a flashlight. So that sucks. Should go back and grab my flashlight. A lot less zombies here than I thought there would be. But maybe that'll change. Like maybe they're on the south side. Single hard hat, that's a good sign. Working and lurking. Alrighty, you have yourself a good one. No luck on the welding math so far.
You're amazing!
Thank you for the follows. I do appreciate. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk. So, you know. It's good. Entry chisel. I don't think there's a door on this side. It's a nail. 3 paths. Fire axe. Not what I'm looking for though. Hello. I'm doing better today than I was, like, I would say earlier today / yesterday. go. Ooh, car battery charger. I'll bring that with me. Weighs 2, right? Yeah. It always scares you? Well, there's no danger, though. Wait, or at least not right now. Use the knife. That would be even more dangerous, don't you think? I think it would be more dangerous to use the knife than to smash it with your elbow. Oh, the spoon. Wooden. Yes. Well, okay, well, this has been extremely underwhelming. I came here in expectation of fighting like at least 1,000 zombies, and it is empty. Like there is no zombies here at all. There's 0 zombies. Well, sorry, there's like... It might as well be empty. Hi there. Maybe gonna take a little while on that. There you go. Can I convince you, or will you won't help your friend, will you? Does that count as 2 attacking the door? When one's on each side? I guess I'll find out. Yeah, it does. Okay, good. They wiped out the heat map for McCoy entirely, didn't they? Why is that? Didn't they add a bunch of zombies to McCoy? Why did they wipe it out? I feel like this heat map is dead. Like, right? I'm not, like... I'm not just lucky. Like, it's gotta be... It's just empty. Oh. Huh. I didn't find a welding mask, though, which is the initial reason for coming here. Of course, I haven't checked every single place. Why, though? the whole fun of CDDA and the challenge of it is that it is a challenge mode. That's not it. You know, I'm not crazy here. It's a challenge mode. It's not meant to be easy. It's meant to be, struggle bus the whole time. So, but okay. So argument would be removing the heat map would be fine, but I don't know. It's you personally thought it was a bit too much. Yeah, but deleting all of the heat map because this is supposed to be time 16, right? There's no zombies here. They've deleted all of the heat map, the entire thing. There should be a little bit of heat map, right? I mean maybe not like so, and because remember, CDDA mode is only what? I can't remember. Is it times 4? I think it's times. Is it times 4? Yeah. They could have like 1 or 2 heat map here, maybe per building. Yeah, I can't remember either. It's times 6 on peak, so let's assume, out of sheer argument's sake, that you decide to go to McCoy first because you've you like the look of it. It's a good building. It's nice big building. So you decide to go to McCoy first. Like there should be a small fight for it at the very least, right? Because of the size and I don't know. It's just personal opinion, of course. They left the craziness on the West Point mansions, though, right? So makes me wonder, just a smidge. Yeah, it's the wrong. This is the wrong extreme, I think. Because, like I said in the initial, that yeah, it's supposed to be a challenge, and I guess in theory, what's it called? There's respawns, right? So I get that. That's part of the challenge of CDDA is dealing with the respawns. Oh, that was a bit of a bust. We didn't even get the things that I hoped for. We didn't get a welding mask. There's some stuff there, but you can see that McCoy is it's not got a whole lot. I was hoping it was gonna be looted, and it wasn't. It's fine. It's a normal building. They're all normal, which means they're subject to the normal loot, which sucks a little. What did we gain from McCoy just now? I guess we gained a car battery charger. So it's not a complete loss. See, they have to balance the game for both sets of people, right? So they have to do both for the people that play the game a lot and for the new players, right? But new players are not going to be going into CDDA for the most part unless they're, because CDDA is a challenge mode. It's not, right? So if that was their argument, they wanted to change it for CDDA players, it's it's a challenge mode. They shouldn't do that. Should leave it alone. And I'm gonna grab this and bring it over here. Same for these stones, I guess. Okay. But yeah, I don't think that's the main argument. I do remember there were quite a lot of folks that were complaining about the, it not making sense that there were zombies in particular locations, like middle of nowhere kind of deal. Like there why are there so many zombies out here? Um Counter argument, it's the apocalypse. You don't know where people go when they're panicked. And if certain areas were sanctioned as safe areas, that's how they got there. Just so like because if you're in a panic and you hear some place is safe, you're gonna go there, right? Regardless of if you know. So that's the argument I have to panic because I've been in that scenario where where we've been in panic, had to make decisions, and we heard, oh, this is where we're supposed to go. Okay, we're supposed to go here, and we went there, and it was it's one of those things where it's tough, right? Or like a bunch of random injuries that are like you're patched up and you're like it's like the burn victim start with the more traits or whatever. I do think that we need more of those kinds of modes. It would be fun to have another like version because CDDA itself is cool, but it's repetitive because it's in the same house in Muldra. That yields to its strategy, but at the end of the day, it would be cool if there was like a random house CDDA that puts you randomly somewhere else. Right? And I know there's mods for it, but dangerous. 25% chance of failure there. Interesting. Did you see that? That was interesting. The reason why it was interesting is because I pushed the zombie over, right? And then I tried to walk towards the zombie because I was like, I'm gonna stand on its face. That's the planner, anyways. But it like forcibly shoved my character over. So that was an interesting. They're gonna fix that, I think, maybe, but I don't know. I know that's something different though that exists currently. It's the same thing that makes the zombies more solid and will bump your character more than likely. Is that part of the stumble fall changes? I do not know. The stumble fall animation is an old animation. Rhett was showing me and I do remember it kind of briefly, like barely, because it's not something that you think about. But the zombies used to fall that way back in like earlier builds. I think it's a placeholder, to be honest. That lets that eventually we're going to not have because eventually they're gonna ragdoll, right? At least I think. No, so that's not true. It's not part of the ragdoll implementation. They're separate. They're separate mechanics. Because the ragdoll interactions are tied specifically to aiming and to cars. They're not tied to melee at all yet. So I don't want misinformation like that going around. Because we don't know that to be true, and we're pretty sure it's not. Like as far as they're separate mechanics. It's just like the mechanics for like you wouldn't say that the mechanics for the eating animation are tied to ragdolls, would you? Not really. It's separate mechanic entirely, right? It's the same thing. Ooh, I don't like sleeping there. Yeah, they're separated mechanics. Just a little bit. Okay. Okay, how much do I have in terms of weaponry anyways? We should consider making more. Yeah, I seen that mod. I don't know if it's gonna apply like that exactly to the to the code layer to things. We'll see. It'd be interesting. It just the thing is it's a step in the direction of the silly, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I don't mind that. You know, it's jovial, it's fun, it's novel. But at the end of the day, you know, I want to see the flow changes. I want to see expansions on crafting trees. I want to see the animals working the way that they want them to. I want to see progress, right? And they are progressing. I'm not saying that they didn't with the last update. The last update was amazing. I do very much like 42.8. It's a firm step in the right direction, bringing back the debris and loosening the gates on blacksmithing a little bit by giving us the ability to craft burlap from the loom. Did you change your fishing bug video to being listed? Yeah, I did. Because people said that why is it private why is it unlisted, and I said because it's not an edited video, and they retorted with but everybody should know about it. So I was like, okay, fine. You make a good point. So I threw it in on my my thing there. I kind of am tempted to, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with my main YouTube channel yet. The VODs channel, it's very, like, you know, it's just VODs and shows some of my runs, but the thing is I don't know what I want to do with the with the main YouTube channel. If I want to do like vlogs, or if I want to do like tutorial videos, or, you know, stuff like that, I'm not sure. Let's look at, there's a lot of different directions you can go in content creation, and I do not know what I want to do. It's one of those things that I really need to sit down and decide, because it's important, right? Kind of in deciding which direction that I want to go. Because I do very much want to help folks with how-tos and such. But any direction that you choose will have time dedication required for it, right? Vlogs would be nice, because then people can understand my my perspective on things, right? And share my ideas and whatnot. But yeah, as soon as they update that, I'm gonna put I'll change the title to it's been fixed or something. Well, you narrowed it down more and more. See, that's the thing. A lot of it is just about getting started, and I know that. Because I've been streaming for over 12 years, so it's like, you know, I know that it's just the pressing the record button and getting the footage, and then, you know, deciding how you want to orient said footage. You need to have the footage to do that, you know, and then move from there. But I don't know. It's one of those weird things where I kind of am you're your own your worst enemy in it, you know? Sitting there judging that I want. Oh, what do I want? I don't know what I want. I'll figure about it eventually. I'm gonna need to figure it out at some point, because what's gonna happen is if we try to make content creation a profession, I'm gonna need that extra in order to make it more dedicated, right? Because it's good. It's good habit. Alright, let's get a rest in, and then we'll go foraging. And I get the baseball. Yeah. Yeah, no, doing shorts, a couple of shorts helps because it helps in the sense of there's a lot of folks, and especially now because of instant gratification culture, that only watch like 30 seconds of a video. They won't even watch any more than that, right? There's a lot of folks that like long form content, like myself. I'm very much into watching, like, somebody got a 7 hour video. Heck yeah, I'm going to load that up and I'm going to have it in my background while I'm watching, like, doing other stuff. Whether it's I'm doing paperwork or I'm doing household chores, or I want to, like, I'm doing some studying of some kind. I like to have that long form content there. It's almost like, to me it's like noise that's important, right? I enjoy it. I listen, and sometimes I'll turn and I'll watch for a while, but it's just something that's a bit of a comfort. Um, that said, though, not everyone is like that, and actually, a large portion of folks are not like that. They That's why TikTok was so popular, and that's why YouTube Shorts are very popular as well. Is that they're very quick, they give you information that's interesting, very fast, and sort of like a shot of something that's nice. And especially because if you're doing something that already that takes your attention mostly, flicking on a short or two is easy. You just watch a couple shorts and then, oh, I got to go back to what I was doing. I get that mentality of it. I see. I know that. That said, though, it's hard because it's a benefit and a curse to be in content creation slash streaming and all of that as long as I have, because I've seen a lot, but as a result it gets me kind of set in my ways. In a sense, I don't have any willingness to go onto TikTok or even make one. I'm not interested. It doesn't there's I don't really like social medias, which is a problem for a content creator. You can't grow your brand if you don't have an interest in social medias, right? It doesn't work. You need to have some interest at the very least. That said, though, I'm not keen on that style of content, and probably won't ever get into that. I don't think, unless it was important, like to do, or I have somebody that's doing that short form content for me. Like I were to hire an editor, which that happens. You can have an editor and they can help you make content. Of course, I've heard many stories about editors and how that can go positively and negative for both sides. So it's like there's always going to be hesitation there, not in the hiring of somebody, but in the finding the right person that fits you kind of deal, right? Yeah, dopamine. I guess there's a little bit of dopamine, but sometimes it's not about the dopamine. Sometimes it's about they just having something to watch, which circles around to brain rot, in a way, right? Kind of, sort of. I think that's the biggest reason that stuff exists, and why the youthful generation is very into watching those kinds of things. They're trying to learn as much as they can, as quickly as they can, shortcut everything, which is understandable because that's how progress is made, right? We find the shortcuts. That's how our sort of society has grown, and we make things better, faster. It's hard though. I don't want to sacrifice the style of my content though for that kind of stuff. So like I said, I'm still thinking about it. But that's the big reason why I made that video public, was less so about making content and more so just about letting folks know so that they don't die in their game, right? It's I until it gets fixed, and it's also a bit of you said it appeared in your feed, which is good because that means that I know that it's been sent to the devs a few times already, and that well, they should be more than aware of it by now. But if it's appearing in your feed, that means it probably can appear in someone else's feed, which is good. And then less people die. Nobody gonna die to the phishing bug. You're glad they can be short, up to 3 minutes? That's good. How much of this do I have? Too much. We'll figure it out over time. I'm appreciative that everybody's so patient and that, like, I mean, as much as, like, I mean, I've mentioned this several times that I'm planning to move in October and all this other stuff, and that's when I want to make my focus. Like, that we'll be focusing into content creation a lot more as a profession, I hope, at that point in time. But even like this upcoming month, I've been crunching numbers, and it's due to me stepping back, it's gonna be quite a lot more on me at less of total value. So like, I mean, it's gonna be rough this next few months. But that said, there's gonna be more time to what's it called? To work on stream and stuff. Yeah, no, being paid in exposure is stupid. That's a dumb concept. Pay with real money, like is the thing. If you value somebody, you give them what they deserve. Paying in exposure is a dumb concept. Because yes, there are famous people that can, oh, that's great and all, like it can get you extra business. But if they're that kind of person, they can give you the extra money and the extra business. Well, give both payment and exposure. Be a is you don't have to just give exposure. Yeah. I understand that they wouldn't be able to afford editors, but then again, they are able to afford editors. If you really, really crunch numbers, you can afford to do anything in business for the most part. Because then you could discuss it with them. You could be like, okay, so here's your so here's the thing: we can either put you on salary or we can put you on hourly work. Now, if you are on hourly work, these are the hours that you're allowed, and if you want to do extra hours, then I mean that will be appreciated, but it'll be at a reduced rate because, like, I mean, the extra you're supposed to work your worked allotted hours, and we don't have much in the budget in order to, so like, you talk to them like a person, you explain it to them how the budget works, um and that's something that's in how it's very important, right? Like with me with my work right now, um I used to be on salary, right? I used to be on salary, which means I was paid a flat rate before. Now I'm no longer on salary, and actually my hours are going to be reduced. So my own income from my own work is going to be a lot less, which is fine. I've already budgeted it in. So like, so long as you have things under control, but I am taking a firm step back. So that's why the things are the way they are, is going to be adjusting, and you have to adjust, right? It just amount about being proper to each other. I don't think that's it's tough. It's suddenly worth it with somebody with 10 million views. I mean, not really. There was for example, this is I don't want to go into this topic too heavily because it's a bit of a toxic topic. But when React content was a big thing, which I hope it never really picks up again, because it's a terrible form of content. It steals from the work of other people and basically uses it for yourself. Big name people were reacting to smaller content, right? Um, and then they wouldn't. If you look at the analytics, their video actually would do worse overall because there it wouldn't be picked up in the algorithm quite as proper because it would be siphoning away the views to the big content creator. Because why would you ever watch the video again, right? The smaller video again. You wouldn't. You watched it with your big content creator, and you know, so like it ends up just being toxic and siphoning away views to a creator that already has lots of views. It's not good. It's not a good thing. React content. The best way to do React content, Weird Al did it as an example. He showed like, so the way he did React content is he had the video in a tablet on his hand and he was looking at the tablet. He didn't show a single bit of the video on the screen. And he showed his reaction. That's how to do React content. Not stealing somebody's work and then calling it your own. You know, maybe somebody works 10 hours, maybe somebody works 20 hours, or maybe somebody works over 100 hours to create a video that you nick and watch in like a fraction of the time, you know, and you didn't have to pay an editor. Like it's like, it's terrible. I'm glad that, so it's still popular in Brazil, you say? I hope that it passes, because it's not good. Yeah, I hope it doesn't, like, so you should, like, a content creator that was fighting against React content for quite some time was a, if you want to learn more about React content and why it's bad, Dark Viper AU did a big, like, he did a big thing on it. It was like 13 pages of documentation and analytics and showing all of the deep stuff behind why React content is bad. Like, it's one thing to see someone's reaction. That's the part you care about. You care about their reaction to the content that maybe you already watched it, or maybe you didn't, but you just care about their reaction because you're interested, right? You don't care about watching the whole content again, because that takes away from the original person who created the content. They don't get anything out of it. They don't get your view. They don't get your watching of the ads. If there are ads, they don't get anything. They don't get the algorithmic bonus. And yeah, and oh, there is that whole oh, but they get the exposure. No, they don't. Their video didn't get watched. It was watched by one person instead of by, like, let's say that person had 100,000 people watching that video. It was watched on their channel, not the original channel. And sure, sometimes they throw in the link and stuff, but it's not. People are still going to continue to watch that big name creator instead of being interested in going and watching the other person, right? Because they care more about their big name creator. That's, you know, they'll watch more of that stuff. Yeah. That person's retiring. Yeah, it all depends, really. But yeah, if you're really interested in that React content stuff and or you want to defend it and such, like, I mean, go read those 13 pages before you talk to me, kind of deal. that it changes your view on that whole stance. Is it's like you're like, oh, you're reading it and then you're looking at the analytics and you're looking at the different stuff and you're like, oh wow. Oh, so it just hurts everybody and just it ends up just siphoning views to the big name creator and ends up it doesn't benefit anybody but them. It's essentially like you know, they're already big. You know, it ends up being bad for everybody. But anyways, it's one of those things where I'm not really keen on that topic too much. Because there are people who are going to have strong views against it probably, but you know, it is what it is. See, for that kind of stuff, is there no way to defend oneself against that kind of thing? Probably not. But I just like they're commenting as a reviewer on your ships, but they're your ships. I guess there's nothing. Well, request a takedown, but like I mean, even going through proper channels, it's made to be a huge pain in the ass. And that's the one problem about it as well. If you do go through proper channels and ask the big name creator, let's say, to take your channel or to take your content down, they're going to kick up a stink about it, right? Which is just going to end poorly. And that's what people are scared of. That said, though, I mean, yeah, it's tough. And there's also been some hesitation in some other ways as well. I don't know. I still don't know what, like I said, I don't know what kind of content I would want to be involved in. Definitely not that, though. No way in, like, where I would ever want to do any of that stuff. See, reviewers, like, I can get behind a good review. A good review can help out some things, but not to be there shouldn't be any expectations behind a review. People always look to that, oh, that critic, the fancy critic that should get paid for their reviews. But no, it's not like that, right? No, I've never heard of that person. Although you could probably say things, say some very big names, and I would be like, no, I've never heard of that person, and it might shock you. Like, I barely know who Mr. Beast is. Like, I barely know who uh, handful of the big creators are. I'm out of the loop 90% of that. Maybe more than 90%, actually. Because it's like, I don't like to get involved in toxic drama like that. I find it annoying and prattling and a waste of my mental energy. I'd rather just enjoy my video games and stay in my own little world. Hang out with my friends, enjoy good content that I know is good, like, like spending time with like good folks, seeing their perspective on things. I gotta get some food. Looks like we're gonna be going for fruits because this is the berry area that has the cherries. I don't know who that is still. Isn't Sniper Wolf like a Metal Gear character? Or no, something like that. Like something Wolf, right? She was a sniper, really, really good, really, really accurate. Metal Gear. I don't. Sorry, I. But yeah, just because the people are gonna succeed in terrible ways at a bunch of things, right? That's just kind of how it goes. Is that some people manage to find that hole that they can kind of get through, and it's sad that our society's like that. It's built on those kinds of loopholes sometimes. It's just like there are channels out there that will literally run around and just copyright claim folks just to take the income, which is it's terrible. That's one of the bigger things that bothers me about doing YouTube content is I'm always concerned about not people taking the income or anything like that, but that people are like that they're very toxic and terrible sometimes. And I don't know if I'm ready to kind of engage with that aside from like I mean more than I have to, right? That's why I avoid social media. Hmm. Nice. There's several controversies. Yeah, I don't know. There's quite a lot of folks that get big like that, and it's unfortunate a little bit. I might have been 14 pages now that I'm thinking about it. Those are the negatives in the world. Those are often counterbalanced by the positives in the world. So there are really good people that help out charities and very good people that are, those folks are good. That make sure folks are getting paid their proper amount. That. It sounds like I'm better off not knowing. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? That's one of the thing about it being not being in the loop on the social medias and stuff is that I'm not. It's blissful. It's I'm blissfully unaware until people bring it to me and they ask my opinion because they're curious, and then I answer them with I don't know who that is, and then they're shocked for a little bit, and then we discuss it, and then I'm like, well, that person sounds terrible. Like, you know. I don't know these people, but it sounds like they're being terrible. Is what it sounds like. Oh, Jack's Films isn't a studio; it's a person. I thought it was a studio. That it was like a filming studio of some kind. It's not good to get into people's personal information like that, though, and then like drive to their house and bother them. There's actually laws against that kind of stuff. I didn't realize it was a creator. I thought it was a studio that I'd never heard of. And I was like, oh, doxing a studio. That's interesting. Because some studios, you don't exactly know 100% where they're located. Like, they're pretty normal. Okay, nifty. That's unfortunate when good people get harassed. But yeah, I don't like that content. I feel like that content is built to be terrible and built to be toxic and built to be like just not good. It's not good content. The reaction part is the only part that should be filmed. The rest of it, you could cut the entire other part of it. Like 98% of that content shouldn't be content at all. You could just clip the part where they react. That's all. The rest of it's copyright, in my opinion, because they're stealing other people's work. Oh, cat back. Nice. Okay, we gotta go to bed. We're making good progress on Muldra at the very least. I'm gonna need more knives though. We're starting to run low. Yeah, I won't ever do that kind of content. No. I was thinking like vlogs, I was thinking like tutorials, and I was thinking like reviews. Those are the things I see myself doing. Because it'd be cool. It'd be cool to do reviews and cool to do like tutorials and stuff. Like be like, okay, so here's what you should do for this. Here's what should do for that. And then also, like I said, vlogs for like answering people and stuff, which would be nice. Have like conversations. I do that now though, right? Like, I mean, that's what we're doing currently. We're chit-chatting and as I poke at Muldra. Yeah, I never heard any of those people. I'm sure they're nice folks, or at least sometimes, like, some of those folks are nice. I don't think anybody's inherently terrible. It's up to people to make the change, though, right? People have to be the ones to decide that that stuff is not okay. There's a hotel that I've heard of that refuses to rent rooms to streamers because somebody did just that. They wanted to pay for their room with exposure. So now they said no more content creation folks are allowed to stay here. Because how are they supposed to pay their staff with exposure, right? It doesn't work. You know, housekeeping doesn't get paid with exposure. And even just thinking about that just sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? How are they supposed to get groceries with exposure? There's a lot of zombies banging on that fence. Sorry, I couldn't reach the mute. Yeah, I don't like that either, where people, like, you see the videos of people just suddenly pulling out their phone and being like, oh, well, I'm never going to record this now. You're on camera, you're recorded. It's like, yeah, but now it's... Oh, Zomboid crashed. Um, yeah, it's fine. It's Zomboid. It's fine. It's like... I used to feel like some kind of anxiousness, and now it's just like, oh, it's crashed again. Okay. um, you just hope it doesn't re-roll the zombies. It's fine. It probably... Interesting. Even if it re-rolls the location on the zombies, there shouldn't be that many changed, right? There was a skull in the crash, which means that Higgins did die in that crash technically, but we wouldn't count that. There's a friendly skull. Yeah. We'll see what happens in this. It wiped out the zombies. That sucks. That sucks. There goes a portion of my Muldra. There's nothing I can do about it. It just kill it. It did the culling. So it culled this entire cell or this entire player loaded area that I'm in. So there's no zombies at all in any of these locations that I haven't loaded at this particular section. See that? So they're now over there. That sucks. We probably lost maybe about 500 zombies there. Maybe. I'm hoping. I'm hoping only 500. But you can see we did kill some, so... I think it might have had something to do with the fence there thing. Maybe, I'm not sure. Hard to say. That neighborhood looks fairly clear now, though. So we'll start making our way this way. We're loaded in on deaths. Yeah, there's some of them that can be pretty bad. That said, though, I knew this wouldn't not be a problem, so. Alright. I do need to delete that other one, though, the crash, which I may keep it, though. The biggest reason why I'd keep it is if I decide to send it in a bug report. The problem is, though, I do have a couple of mods, so as a result of having mods, my it's like it's tainted in a way, you know? So because it could have been one of the mods that caused the crash. It's unlikely, but you know, could be. Hmm. Kill off this small group of zombies. Yeah. Yeah. Absolute worst case scenario, I would have had to restart, which would have sucked, but I mean, it is what it is. I'd rather not have to restart if we don't have to. Do I want to keep that? Probably. This one's got a knife in it that's big. That's unfortunate, though, that Brazil has been so enamored by that kind of culture. Hopefully they see through it eventually. Because there's some really great folks from Brazil. Oh, look at you, all in the woods and stuff. You can come out of there? It is an axe sound. That's exactly it. And do you know my canon lore behind the reason why the meat cleaver? It's a headcanon, but my reason that the meat cleaver decided and the sickle decided to join the axes is because the axes class got mad that the can openers stole their sound effect. So the short blades had to pay for, you know, 2 weapons to get this sound effect on it. Yeah. It makes it seem like the weapon classes are alive. and that they interact with each other like some kind of, I don't know, ghoul click. Fine then. You're gonna take the sound effect for your can opener. We're gonna take hand scythes, and we're gonna take meat cleavers. I mean, they're basically axes anyways. People use them to chop down trees and open doors. You see? My lore behind it, though, specifically to the meat cleaver, the hand scythe just follows meat cleaver around because it likes it. They're like best friends. Okay, fine. What's up here? How many? It's decent-ish. So what we can do is, if I get in this car... Oh, I thought I unlocked you. I guess not. It's okay, though. Whoa. Recoup. Butter knife, fork. Oh, I put some food in the fridge, didn't I? And it's gone off by now, I bet. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's fine. I forgot about it. I'll just wait patiently to go to sleep. Let's go and get some food. Should probably chop all this down. We will eventually. Actually, let's go to the. We'll go to the farm. That way we can search for berries. Berries are a little bit more sating than the cherries. The cherries are kind of annoying. They are plentiful though. That's the big thing about them, is that there is a lot of cherries. There's a decent amount of berries at the farm though, so. Come to think of it now, a short blade is getting kind of bullied by the other weapons, isn't it? Every weapon class seems to be taking something from them. Short blade just wants to enjoy its low exertion and just wants to have a good time. The other weapon classes are bullying it. Fairly soon, the large knife is gonna get taken by long blade. Ah, it's not that bad though. At least short blade's the fastest weapon type. I mean, kinda, yeah. Spear, arguably, is just as fast. With the sideswipe attack that it does, and Spear's down attack is one of the fastest down attacks in the game. You miss cleavers? I think that they're good. Yeah, the nerfs. I mean, I wouldn't even call them nerfs. I would just call them like side. The only problems with Spear are that Spear still has the, in my opinion, Spear. Somebody should copy over the what triggers the jaw stab should be on Spear. If there's more than one zombie aggro to you, you shouldn't be able to spear stab. Right? I think that that's a fair thing to that, like, because, and I say this as spear not being my favorite weapon. Yeah, and increase the AoE check just so that, yeah, I feel like it gets people killed and caught off guard a lot, and that, I mean, it's a tribute to Spear that still quite a lot of people are liking Spear. But in my opinion, I think Spear needs a little bit of an appreciation. Because it definitely isn't really receiving much at the moment. I think that they should also give back the crafting for planks to spears. Not just planks to spears, but I feel like planks should be able to be crafted into long sticks. Because then it gives you more options. If you manage to get the ability to make planks or carve planks, you deserve to be able to make long sticks out of them. Also, spear will be a lot less painful to maintain and stay weapon muscle strength based on highest skill. What does that mean? Is that something they plan to do? Weapon strain based on highest skill? Because from what I understand, it's based on whatever your skill is in whatever that is. So, I don't know. If they ever apply some kind of global, that's a huge, not nerf, but buff to the character. If it's based on whatever your highest skill is, instead of, because like for example, leveling other weapons in the future becomes easier by a significant margin. Like large, your character would become so much better at leveling everything, right? Hey, hello. I don't know. At the end of the day, I've got the formula, and or at least the first formula or whatever. So I kind of just go based on that, and it doesn't bother me one way or the other how. Um, there we go. You would like a system based on to increase. So like the thing is for fitness and strength, and then once you get those skills maxed, there there is a half-baked system in the game right now, and it's a negative system. You wouldn't like it, I don't think. But essentially what happens is you lose little bits of XP on fitness and strength. Um, it's essentially it's to maintain your character's fitness and strength. It's almost not even noticeable, like in terms of, until you get to end game. Once you're 10-10 is when you start noticing it, because your strength will drop down very briefly and then it'll go back up, and it'll play the level sound. Yeah. That said, though, it seems like it was a half-baked system, like that it was going to be something, and then it just never ended up being something. You know. Yeah, there's a lot of systems that have been like forgotten about that they're gonna probably have a relook at some point. First aid would be one that I want them to relook at. I want first aid to get a full, like, them start caring a little bit about it, maybe. Like, give us the ability to autopsy the corpses, you know, and study first aid that way. Don't let us self mutilate to because it's not good, right? Self injury is required in order to progress. Yeah, prep bandages. Maybe you could do some more intricate stuff as well with the first aid system. If you catch a bite fast enough, maybe you could remove all of the and then treat yourself somehow, right? Maybe you could study the Nox virus and find ways to counteract it a little bit. Maybe not full cure, but like, because they said they never want a cure in the game. So let's take them at the value of that. They don't want a cure in the game, but what you could do is you could have I would think like Zombrex. You know what I mean? something that you take at continuous intervals in order to keep your Nox virus at bay. You know what I mean? That it doesn't cure you, but that so long as you're taking this thing, you'll be okay. And then if you miss one, you die. Right? Or you start contracting Nox virus symptoms and gradually it kills you. Unless you manage to take it again. You know? Yeah, applying disinfect or dye would be decent. I would love a Zombrex though. I feel like a Zombrex would be like good in this game, like to give you that extra reason to keep going. That you have to distill yourself some kind of cure, you know? But it's not a real cure. It's like just a temp cure. I would think that the thing that they're working on for the electrical skill right now is the ability to light back on grid pieces. So they've dotted around the map several little spots that have generators that are like static generators that don't move. They're like, so it would be interesting to see how those systems are going to work. And then if we can maybe turn back on parts of the grid, as well as to be able to turn back on like entire buildings. Like if a building has its own generator, like some of the big hotels and larger buildings, like the military outpost out in the woods, have large generator systems attached to them, so they would be very specific to them. So if you were able to get those back running, there's also a water treatment plant that's to the south. So logically, you could get the taps on again. Taps are less important, obviously, but I mean, would still be kind of cool. Improved flashlight, so like kind of like a much like longer range light. I would love a light source that is strong enough to penetrate the fog. Do you know how awesome it would be to be able to just hold a left flashlight that clears fog in front of you? It doesn't clear it behind you, but it clears it in front of you. I was like a blink and you'll miss it kind of deal. Good thing I wasn't blinking. You see how fast those zombies appeared around me? It's crazy. Okay. Let's see. Perfect. Okay, so there is one thing from the 90s, and actually it's not just from the 90s, that I want them to add in that's like almost... I really want one, but it would be nice to have a light that changes its gradually. Do you know what I mean? Like as time goes on, like as time ticks forward, it has like its own animation intervals, so that they can add in lava lamps. I know it's not a priority. It's not something that should be prioritized. But I want lava lamps real bad. Like it's definitely up there on my things of that I want in this particular game. Now, in saying that, I'm gonna get Emma and I a lava lamp eventually. That's the plan, anyways. It's on my list of to-dos of things that I know that I want for Emma and I. Is I definitely want a lava lamp. And just because shivs are slightly worse, I'll just take this small group. Yeah, exactly. It'd be cool to have that, and also fans. So I know that we're playing in Rat Race with really cold temperatures, but it would be cool if that you had like those, you know, those handheld battery operated fans. It'd be cool to have one of those to cool your character down in times of really being overheated. Because that's kind of the opposite of, you know? There's not very many ways to cool yourself down in the game. Your choices are take off all your clothes, which I mean in reality is that actually is one of the options. But in reality, you also have the option to put ice behind a fan, and you know, you can have an air conditioner, or there's a few other things. Air conditioners existed in 1990. Not that, once again, the devs have already mentioned this before, is that they do not I hate myself for asking this, but how do I get into debug mode? Oh, it's really easy, Chili. You just go in library, like in your Steam library, right-click on Zomboid, and go into the launch options in the properties. So it's under the launch options, and type this minus debug, like that. And then when you launch your Zomboid, it'll be in debug mode. Are you debugging a byte or something? It's fine. Like if you are, it's like it's I'm just curious. You've got my curiosity on why you need to get into debug mode. Are you trying to do some testing or? Are you upset because like the game kind of screwed you in a way, like with your deaf run? Are you tired of being deaf? Are you gonna give your character back his hearing? Oh, you can't load your game without crashing. I just had a crash earlier. So that sucks. I'm not gonna guarantee you that debug will let you into your save, because sometimes even with debug, it will still crash. If it does still crash though, come back and ask me about it here in a bit, okay? Like give it a few tries, but there is it could be your cell that you're in. And there's a couple of ways to fix that. Yeah, I was just curious, like, cause if at the end of the day, Zomboid is a sandbox game. And thus, if you're really, really like, unless you're doing like something that's specific, like doing the rat race, if you're just playing by yourself for fun, and you feel like you kind of got robbed, there's nothing wrong with changing things and whatnot, right? The rat race is special though in that way that it's not, if somebody were to debug save their character after they got bit, unless they got bit in a way that was like, it would be against the rules of our challenge, right? So that's different. But if you're just playing by yourself, similar to like, for example, when I used to play The Sims, I think that we've all had that particular playthrough where we run through with all the money, right? Like all the money under the sun, and use cheats and whatnot. But that said, it's up to enjoyment, right? Oh no, no that. And it played the foraging animation. Somebody else showed me that recently, and it was weird. We passed the same judgment, if I recall correctly, as the fishing bug, because it was just strange. I'd not seen that one, but it's the same as the fishing one by the look of it. Is that it's saving an animation and it's playing it later. So. Yeah, it's pretty much the fishing bug, but not the fishing bug, right? Because it's the same bug, it's just with something different. But yeah, if you're still struggling to open your save even with debug, Chili, let us know, because we can maybe try and help. I'm less knowledgeable about how to fix saves like that than some of the other folks that are in the community, like Rat and a bunch of the other folks. But they come through with their fixes sometimes, and then I hear about them. So, what other animations can lock you? I mean, I would figure some people were getting locked beside charcoal barbecues. So I'm guessing that the transitioning items animation can lock you as well. But I don't know. I've not seen. That's the one problem with a lot of this is in order to replicate it, it sometimes is very difficult to do so unless you have sat there for a while and done it like we did with the fishing animation, right? Like I sat there for a while with it because I'm like, I'm figuring this out. And it was a combination of the effort of chat, myself, Bonds, and Rhett all combined to figure that out. And we did it eventually. Like, we had it under control and kind of get which
You're amazing.
things are what things caused it. But thank you for the follows, by the way. Do appreciate. Um, the certainly does vary though when rare instances like that come up because initially, and this is my mentality on it, is that I thought that that well, it's something that's somewhat rare, right? That people aren't going to be activating all that often. But then I started to realize, well, no, they're going to activate it anytime they go into combat after fishing. And if you fished at all, which is encouraged right now, because fishing is one of the caloric bonus sort of ways to get food, as well as they've applied buffs to twine in the recent patches. Well, there you go. People are going to fish more, and then they're going to enter combat, and then they're going to get locked in the stance. You see, so that's it's essentially it's self-fulfilling in a way that people are going to eventually bump into it. Okay, let's go do in some zombies real quick. Oh, you got back up. Reanimator. Am I waiting on... What do you mean? I don't have hunting knives that I can use saved up or anything. If you're asking why don't I go and craft hunting knives, I mean, I can. I could go make, like, a few... Like, if I went and grabbed all the metal that we have currently at all the places, it would take me a few days to transfer the metal over there. But then I could make a bunch of hunting knives and come back. The reason why I'm not bothering is because there's no need to. These enemies are dropping me short blades that I can use, and I don't really need to... You know, while it would save me an extra attack on each of the enemies, I mean, the amount of time it would take me to cart stuff all the way over there would take... It would be too time consuming overall. Now, if I had the means to make make something here that could make hunting knives, like, you know, if I were to take a few seconds to make one of the what's it called? One of the other ones, because I think I could make the simple forge without any effort, right? I don't know if the simple forge... Alright, I have to make a blacksmith anvil. Because look at the cost of this. It's costs a wooden bucket and an anvil. So we'd first have to probably, I'd have to make the wooden bucket. That's the first thing that would be required, right? I could make the simple furnace, no problem. So we'd have to make the primitive forge, which is doable. I can make the primitive forge fairly easily. And then with the primitive forge, we could make the what's it called? The loops required to make the bucket. So then we could make that. I don't have any leather though, so I can't really make the bellows. I'd have to go and look for leather. It's hard for me to explain what's going on, but if you watch the first 10 minutes of the VOD yesterday, you can see what it is doing. Let's have a peek. Looks like you're trying to leave that area there. And as you walk past a certain section, it just crashes. Now it just won't load at all, huh? And then it crashes back to the main menu. And crash before. It seems like what's happening is that you've walked into an area that has something amiss. Something's wrong there. Um, if are you getting crash reports? You could check your crash reports, and it would tell you what's going on. What does the crash report say? You don't have to copy pasta everything in the crash report, but you know you can give like essentially a. Is it a tile error? Is it a? Is it an animal error? Is it a zombie error? What kind of error is it? Oh, you just want to complain. Okay, yeah, then that's fine. You feel free. It does suck when things don't work properly. I mean, it's part of the thing with this game though is that it's gonna have these moments of just that are just shitty, where they, you know, things break and like you just kind of have to, you know, if you want to keep playing, you got to suck it up. It's not great, and trust me, I know. I just lost like 500 plus zombies just a bit ago, and it's not great. Like I'm not happy about losing those zombies. Because I had a crash just a bit ago. And also, if I were to crash and lose this save, it would suck. I wouldn't want to lose this save just because of, you know, things that are outside my control. That said, though, it is part of it, right? Which is the suckiest part about it is that it's just part of it at the moment. It's part of playing Build 42 and or Build 41, and like, because Build 41 had similar problems. Yeah. Sudden apocalypse moments with the animals, sudden just losses of things because like it feels like sometimes stuff is out of your control, right? And we die because, or we lose runs that are it's not really our fault entirely. That said, though, most of the time with Zomboid, at least you do get that closure. Like, you do die very frequently because of your own actions. But, yeah. It's rough for sure. I agree that it's good to vent, though. Like, I mean, so yeah. Because sometimes that's all you need to do. All you need is just to kind of get a little bit of that out, right? Like, this is stupid. Okay, let's move on, right? And the survivor lived happily ever after. Yeah. Trapped in limbo because they couldn't get out. You can't sneak up on them. What you gotta do is you gotta run them into the fence. Yeah, it does suck when those sorts of things cause kinds of issues. Like, I mean, we just had a crash, and I think our crash was caused by zombies banging on the fence. And so that's one of their new features that they added, right? Where the zombies bang on the fence. Sucks that it caused a crash. I'm more than certain that that's got to be the reason. That they were banging on the fence and that something was amiss with it. But I could be wrong. It could have been something to do with a basement. It could have been something to do with an animal, maybe a rat or something ran by the zombies and caused like it got extra fearful and I don't know. I would have to go look at the crash report. Yeah, I don't know why it would cause you much stress. Like I get it kind of from from oh there's zombies around scenario, but it's like especially for a character that's lived for a long time, it shouldn't cause a character for a long time to panic nearly as much cuz they would be like, yeah, of course there's zombies around. It's the apocalypse. You know? They would get desensitized at a certain point, right? It's like the desensitized trait. The desensitized trait got nerfed in 42. and no longer removes panic entirely. It's now just less, right? There's no way for me to approach these particular deer at the moment and catch them, by the way. There's no way for me to catch those deer. Outside of maybe luring them, if I have the means to lure them. Let's see. I'm gonna go grab some veg and see if I can lure them. That's like the only way, though. I can't catch up to them. Can't shoot them either, because, well, that's just a no. They're leather though, so I would be able to make the advanced forge if I could get them. I think so. Yeah. Veterans, I don't agree with that at all. But that's my own opinion, so I'll just kind of hold that. I don't agree veteran is a must for that. Desensitized is an okay trait if you're planning to shoot from the very beginning kind of deal, and like you're doing like a short-term run where you don't want panic to be kind of involved, but brave plus police officer is worth way more than veteran ever is, and it's less points spent. But that said, though, the desensitized trait when it got changed, that immediately devalued the veteran. Like it's not even brave plus police officer is worth way more than it was now in a comparative. Because all you have to do is live for a little while, and then suddenly you essentially have desensitized, kind of. 22 IRL days on that save alone. Yeah, that's usually how it goes, Chili, when you hit your PB. When you hit your PB stride run, like it can go far. Like here, I'll do a brief. Are you counting total days? Like probably, right? So let's see. Uh, yeah, like full 24 hours worth of time. Yeah, it can get like to a ridiculous amount. Like so like my personal best was roughly nearly 30 days. It was 29.6. And then just cuz I'm curious. And Lamprey's was 62.5. You miss lucky though? Oh, you mean the lucky and unlucky traits? Yeah, I kind of miss those as well. I mean, I almost always took unlucky, but I did take lucky sometimes. It's cool seeing the numbers grow and rise over time, and then just feel good about like how far you get in a playthrough. Good times though with PB runs. They are fun. It is fun to be on your personal best. A little bit stressful in a way though. Because at every you get that bonus of every single day you're setting a new personal best. But at the same token, it can be like at any moment the personal best could end too, right? You weren't stressed at all until these instances of issues. I mean, everybody's different, right? I for sure remember being a bit stressed but that was because I also had work stuff going on at the same time and I didn't know if I would have the time to dedicate to it, and then we died. So I was like, so it was a bit relieving in that way as well, right? Because I was like, I'm not gonna have time and I feel bad because I'd like to keep going, and then that was it. nothing in the holsters. I seen that there was it was two, and I was like, maybe I just can't see it. I think you could put it in a composter and it makes compost, but I don't know for sure. Last I seen that it wasn't able to do anything, but I heard that they've changed it so that it does compost eventually. But once again, I don't know. Not something I'm aware of. Tracking 2, animal care 4. Sorry. This is a satellite dish that weighs 20, somehow fit in that box. They had like a master of packing pack that. Oh wait, never mind. It's because I'm disorganized. That's right. That table I think is a lie. Okay, this is why I don't want to go in there right now. Yeah, no, I agree it does. But I'm not the only one that thinks that. There's lots of people that think that. It's toned up too highly because the way that the panic from the banging on the fences works is that if one zombie does it, okay, well, one zombie, it's slow, right? But it when you add more zombies, it gets way worse. So it's like it's like ridiculous. So that's just adding one, and then you add another one, and it's crazy more, right? So like it's insane based on the amount total zombies on the fence. Yeah, it's like now it's just maxed out stress. And the worst part about this Moodle is this Moodle causes unhappiness. Which, I mean, unhappiness isn't that bad of a Moodle, but for me, I don't like it. I don't like the unhappiness Moodle. My unique scenario of not enjoying that particular Moodle. It does take a while to go away, but there are ways to make it go away faster. You can read magazines. There's also some other ways to make it go away faster too, like certain medicinals, herbs. Yeah. Yeah, even this room. This is a fair-sized room as well. Let's see. Okay. Let's wait patiently. Maybe tomorrow we'll go and try and get some And we'll do some fishing. It is buff when most times, but there are some cases where it's annoying, like now. Like, I shouldn't be having to deal with claustrophobia in a room this size at this time. Same for this one. Like, and you see the claustrophobia goes away right away, unless we fast forward. That said, though, it is what it is. This makes me want to play Oblivion. We do have to continue our Oblivion playthrough at some point in the future, but I'm gonna do a poll soon for the month of April, or what? It's June, right? June's month here is coming up, as well as we'll probably do a poll very soon about the variety day, because we should have a variety day soon. RimWorld won the last one by a single vote. Or 2 votes. I can't remember. I think it was a single vote, though. And that playthrough's still going okay for right now. Oh yeah, we were gonna fish today. And then, because today it's kind of foggy, we'll do weapon crafting as well as... I'll consider making the primitive forge and stuff here. Okay, let's go. Enemy viewer shenanigans? What do you mean? People can name stuff if they want. I don't do like randomizer or have the viewers spawn stuff in on me because I want to play the game, right? I've only ever beaten RimWorld a handful of times, like in quotation marks for that. So like beaten it. Suppose I can do this. Like I don't know why beaten. It's just like yeah. You've seen some silly interactions with mods. I mean, yeah, there's going to be some fun with that stuff, right? Integration and whatnot. But nope, never done any of that stuff. I've seen it though. Like I've seen a handful of that stuff with like Sherry and a few other folks. I think it's neat, but don't know if it would be a type of gameplay I'd enjoy. I'd have to think about it. You guys would crash me with stuff like that. How many frogs did they spawn? All of them. And it was great. But my computer exploded. That's what I would think happens. That would be the case, right? Probably, more than likely. Still so many zombies over there. I'm a bit disappointed that there's no shoes in the apocalypse. It's very rare that you find a good pair of shoes. Most all of these zombies have broken shoes. I have to make my own shoes eventually. Yeah, I figure. I'm happy doing the playthroughs that we currently have going though, where we're trying to find out things. Like I've never made it to the Arco Nexus. I've never finished biotech. I've never done the anomaly stuff at all. Like so far, my achievements in RimWorld are that we launched the spaceship successfully, and that we've done so like we built it ourselves. Like, and then we've also done royalty. So I did the royalty one. Thank you very much for the fireworks. Those are my only achievements in RimWorld. That said, though, I've gotten that, and I guess we could we include the doing the like the coaster had a challenge with the RimWorld stuff at one point in time, and we did that successfully. Like, I didn't really place too highly on the leaderboard, but I did place on the leaderboard, and we did beat the challenge, so that's saying something. That challenge was pretty difficult. Yeah, there's no fish in this pond. At least I don't see any. Oh, I'm wrong. There's fish over there on the other side. I don't think I can access it from here, though. Oh, I fishing bugged myself. Just saying. Like, look, I fishing bugged myself. Even right now, I caused the fishing bug to myself without realizing it. That's hilarious. Oh my goodness. See? Oops. Without realizing it, I caused that bug. Nope, wrong thing. I will delete you because you are worthless to me. Continue. Should I maybe restart it all the way to desktop? Nah, it's only been a few hours. But I will take a brief moment to pause, and we will go and grab a refill on my tea and stuff. All right? Okay, be right back. Yeesh. Okay. I'm tempted to see if folks will pass the dark water uh like mod. I like that one, but I don't want us to add more mods. We seem to have enough as it is, but I seen it when I was watching Rhett do fishing stuff. There was it'll never end. I know, because you can get fixes for pretty much almost everything that's broken, right? And that's the problem. There's things that are broken that need fixing, and as a result, like, you know, if I mod fix everything, then the game will never get fixed. Right? Not that I think that my opinion is like the be all and end all or anything. It's just that if I like, I can see that things are broken and I can bring it up as a result and keep bringing it up, and then eventually they'll get fixed. Unless the devs move on. But if the devs move on, then I would mod things at that point. You know what I mean? If the devs finally agreed that this is the released version of Zomboid, you know what I mean? Then I would consider mods for that stuff. Because then I would be like, well, obviously, the devs have moved on to greater things. I wish them the best, and then, ta-da, these are the things that I feel should be repaired. But yeah, let's give them a chance first to fix stuff. The devs really do want to work on the game, so... Still, a darker water option would be nice because then you could see the bubbles. I struggle to see the bubbles. I can't imagine anyone who's not like, there would be a lot of folks that just would never see the bubbles. They would be like, mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Just wouldn't see them. Hello. Right now we're just doing some relaxed fishing. Interesting. Oh, there's still bubbles in that. Yeah, there are. Okay. You just gotta be patient, that's all. Patience is key. Just thinking about the poll. My favorite weapon? Short blades are my favorite weapon. That's why I switched halfway through doing axes and just started doing short blades. It's because I missed them and I wanted to use short blades. That said, though, I respect all the weapons and they're all good in their own ways. Like they different. There's no best weapon, but it's one of those things where I really like the short blades the way how they feel. Yeah, the short blade insta kill jaw stab is nice. Also just it also has a bit of a bias because it was my very first weapon skill that I ever reached 10 with. So there's a little bit of that nostalgic wonder attached to it. That it was my first to 10. That's also why all of my badges are short blades. For subscribers, is they're all short blades because short blades are my favorite. And they scale up all the way to the hunting knife, which is the best short blade, or it used to be the best short blade. May I see their skills? Yeah, give her a. Currently, I can't scroll down really, or no, I can. It's just that it's awkward because I'm fishing. So, like I said, I stopped. It's not even halfway through. I stopped like a little ways into axe, and I was like, I'm just gonna do short blades. We've got 2 skills level 10. We're also not a little over halfway for level 9 strength, which I look forward to. And this character was 0 to hero, so 0 fitness, 0 strength, uh, weight trait. So you like repairman? Yeah. At this point, I could do spear really easily because we're maxed out on maintenance. That said, though, and I probably should. I should lean into spear a little bit. We have a lot of spears saved up, like short saplings. I really am hoping that they make it so that the spear is more accessible as well. So like planks can be carved into long sticks or 2 long sticks. Because in all honesty, the plank lets you craft 12 handles, right? So in my head, that means that the plank should let you get 4 or 6 medium handles and 2 large handles, or or 2 long sticks. What do I think? The reloading without question. If you can successfully do reloading without losing your sanity, you are one of the most patient people on Earth. There is nobody who's more patient than you. I would say that's a fair assessment, right? Reloading is the hardest skill to level. Like some folks may try to argue, oh, but nimble. No, at least nimble you get to fight stuff. At least you get to move around. Oh, but mechanics. Well, no, mechanics takes roughly 20 IRL hours if you're grinding it with the books. A little bit longer if you don't have the books, obviously, but like I mean, it's still not a comparable comparison to reloading where 2/3 of the time you're not getting XP. And it's significantly reduced XP as well. After level 5, you get a huge reduction to XP, and then there is a chance that you get no XP at all. So it becomes really, really grindy. Like, absurdly grindy. And yes, you can just with one bullet level reloading to 10, but how do I know how many hours? I've played the game for way too long. Because I've had most of the skills to max. I almost had a perfect character. I've not had a perfect character, but I almost did. And on more than one occasion. We've gotten the skills to 10 in lots and lots of times. So it becomes one of those things where I kind of have a gauge on which skills are the hardest ones to actually level up. Mind you, some of them are boring. Mechanics can be very boring because all you have to do is take parts off, put parts on, take parts off, put parts on. So roughly you can do it with 5 vehicles. Make sure that you're taking parts off that your character can actually take off and put back on at an 100% yield. Otherwise, you're damaging the parts and you can't put them back on, so you lose that XP, right? So that's the trick, is that you get 5 or 6 vehicles. If you really want to go all out, make sure you have 10 vehicles. And what you do is you work on 5 of them, take everything off the 5 first vehicles, right? Then you go sleep, sate your character, so set your, eat, sleep, etc. Then go do the next 5 vehicles. Rinse, repeat until you're level 10. If you have the books, read them when it's necessary. One of the easiest skills to level to 10 is first aid. You can do first aid in under an hour. That was back in build 41. In build 42 it's a little slower, but in build 41 you could do it. My record for first aid to 10 is 53 minutes. And I'm pretty sure there's people who have done it faster. That's why you can really tell when people don't know what they're talking about when they're talking, oh, so many skills are hard to master, like first aid. Immediately, that's wrong. First aid is not one of the ones that's hard to master. How long it does to do tailoring? Now it would take a while, but you can at least fast forward through a lot of it. And so what you would do is you would rip clothes and you would make clothes, and you would rip clothes and you would make clothes. So yeah. This sucks that we didn't get any that we could actually use. These are so worthless, I'm actually just going to throw them away. I'm not going to even cook them. They're not even worth my time to cook. Yep, we can weave burlap, which is nice. So you can get a little bit from the burlap style as well. Doing patches has been reduced, so doing patches is not as good as it used to be. I haven't actually looked at the total XP values of patches, though. It may still be fine. Just because you can fast forward and do a lot of them on, say, like a pair of coveralls. So, unless they really, really reduce the XP, patches still may be the best way. Just because of total values and how fast you can do it. Yeah, I don't know how much they were nerfed because like I haven't done tailoring at all since they since last time I did tailoring. I did tailoring to 7 in the Apocalypse run, and I did tailoring a little bit in not this run but the previous run because I was trying to get to the point where I could make some armory stuff if I remember right. Looking back, I might have been saved by armor if we had armor in the previous run, the 20 the it was like 26K run or whatever. The Riverside run. Because we were scratched on the forearm, and these new leather strips give a decent amount of scratch defense. These are a new addition, right? And I could have made them if I knew about them, but I didn't know about them at the time. Neck wounds are the worst. Yeah, they are. I just don't like how uncomfortable your character gets, and that's something that there's something that combos a lot in the rat race. The rat race tends to have a lot of little itty bitty things that are annoying all at once, culminate into one. One of the little itty bitty things that's annoying is the uncomfortableness. Your character builds up uncomfortableness worse in the rat race than in default, right? So it ends up being kind of eh. Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of little settings in the rat race that causes it to have that little bit more annoying, right? Oh, you can wear burlap to stay warm, but it can't be something you permanently wear. If you had to choose between happiness though and cold moodle, you always choose the unhappiness moodle. Because there are some moodles that are worse than other moodles, always. So the cold moodle is definitely on the higher end of you don't want that one. Unhappiness is still annoying, but it's not like it's not as bad as the cold moodle. The cold moodle is awful. Cold moodle reduces your fatigue, reduces your attack speed, reduces everything once you start building it up. So to a certain point, it's not worth it. It's a terrible, terrible moodle to have. Um, that said, though, if it depends on how far you get into some moodles. Like right now, we're at tier 3 hunger moodle. That's annoying. I actually don't know if we're gonna find food in time. Yeah, most of the good clothes don't have. And thankfully, when you add patches, it doesn't apply discomfort either, right? Which is kind of nice. I mean, they could have went all out with that and added that in. I'm glad they didn't, because that would be kind of eh. That said, though, I am already disliking some of the changes specifically, but that it's because they apply too much realism and they don't like it requires too much in my mind to for example the ceramic mold require like being involved in making the bars like it's good but the fact that it like breaks right away and it doesn't have like there is no option for permanent one. Like so like there is no metal one that's available yet is annoying, right? Cuz so we're kind of like stuck. Recycling the ceramic parts? What do you mean recycling? There is no recycling the ceramic parts. At least not currently. Not that I've seen. If there is, tell me, please. I'd like to know where or how to do that. Because if you could recycle them, that would be great. I would be doing that in a heartbeat. But right now, it's not that there's not enough clay. There is. Like I can get hundreds of clay very easily, and I can pay for the ingot cost. It's just that the fact that you need, in order to make an ingot, you need the mold, and that essential, and you not just the mold, but you also need the charcoal, right? So it's like, it's you need both. I'm gonna bail from this area, I think, completely, and we're gonna go back
You're
to
amazing.
the. I might actually make some knives. Thank you for the follows, by the way. You appreciate. Yeah, I think we'll go. We're gonna go. Oh, do I need to though? Well, if I know where sand is, then I don't have to. There should be some sand beside Smokies, shouldn't there? Because if I can get a bag of sand together, we can make clay cement. And then I can do a simple furnace. With the simple furnace, we can culminate, so, or like, not, we can, smelt an anvil. And then we can do the next one, the forge. We're still gonna need to make the primitive forge in order to do it, though. Um, we're gonna need to grab some rocks. How many big rocks do I need? Let's see. I was gonna go to the... I guess I don't need to. Okay. Um, okay, we got sand. Or was it this way? Yeah, it's this way. Hmm. Some of ourselves asleep. And good old Smokies, indeed. Just wait for this to go down. Need to get some food though. Hopefully having a good day, Cinnamon Oil. I'm having a good day. Good day today. Better than yesterday where I was not feeling well. This wasn't good to not feel well. Yeah. Nobody likes being sick. Being sick sucks. Hello. Is the rat race still active? I feel like it is. There's roughly 30 to 30, just a little over 30 participants at the moment. Um, Over the history of the rat race, we've had almost, not quite 100, but just under 100 participants total. So, like, I mean, you know, people are going to be in and out of the rat race taking breaks, relaxing, maybe they'll jump back in at some point. It's a marathon style gameplay, and marathon style gameplay generally is very, like, it can get very tiring. If you've ever ran a marathon, you'll know the same thing. It feels the same way. There's rest stops and breaks involved. Yeah, it can be one of those things where you're gonna see some folks taking breaks and needing that, and other folks that are just gonna maybe stop racing entirely because they get too tired of it, which is referred to as burnout. And that happens. That happens with all things, all games, everything, right? That said, though, I'm still keen to participate and enjoy the rat race. Tis good, and it's been going for a while. If someone wins, or if we start, what was it? If somebody wins, or if all of the saves break, we're gonna take another look at the rat race and maybe decide to change some stuff in a rat race 2.0. But for right now, we are keeping it as true to the original spirit of the rat race as we can. With The Sims, I mean, my playlist is good. I like my playlist. But I'm a little bit biased because nope, I'm the one that put the playlist together, so it makes sense that I like it. Yeah, because it's playing now. I know. And it plays a lot. My playlist is only about 14 to 16 hours long total, and I often do between 5 and 7 hour streams, which means that logically, if you were to come to my stream every single time for the entire duration, you would probably start hearing the same sound songs, usually once every other stream, because that's how it kind of works. The it is on shuffle though, so that's why some songs seem to come on again. So it shuffles the whole playlist. Frog does not speak Portuguese, no. Frog speaks English. Sorry. The only um the only Portuguese I know is it's like I'd have to look at the word again, but it means hydration. It's like hydrasal or something like that. I probably butchered the word, but it at the same time it's just hydrate. That's the only word that I know. And the reason is because I very frequently will look for those kinds of things in streams so that I can hydrate the streamer. Because in my head, it's like watering a plant. Gotta water the streamer. I like plants. They're cool. I'm a bit strange though, I guess. Thank you for the wellness. Do appreciate. A bit. Oops. There we go. I'm super duper looking forward to one more in-game month of like being out of winter. Because winter's great. It has its benefits. Its negatives outweigh its benefits though. The negatives of winter are that it's cold all the time. So, which is a good thing sometimes, but it's cold all the time can be annoying to deal with because it makes your character tired. Um, that said though, the food is not as good like during the winter as it is in the later months. So you end up stuck in a way, like it sticks you into a certain style of play, which I'm not keen on. I don't like being limited like this. That said, though, we are doing the best we can with what we have, and that should be peckish here in a moment. You like watching my streams? I do appreciate that. I'm sorry that I don't speak Portuguese, though. Rio de Janeiro. That's a fun word, like, place to say. It's just, it really interesting set of letters altogether. It's cool to say. That should be enough. Berries for a short while. This should be no longer peckish. Yeah. You're getting lost in translation. Yeah, it happens. At least we all speak the same language of slaying zombies, right? And like having fun. We play games. It's all one language. Okay, so have a good sleep. Well, morning. It might be morning. I don't know. It's one of those things that's strange to me. Time is funny. But still, you're sleeping now, so have a good sleep. Action better than time. Yeah. Let's see. Party. Okay. Now we need to find clay. Might not be easy to find clay right now. I have clay somewhere. Hard to say. I wonder if there's clay in the mass shed factory. Was it difficult to make my 3D model? I didn't make my 3D model. And it's not 3D. It's 2D. I know it seems 3D. It's not though. It's 2D. So yeah. My model was created and commission. It was a commission. And then from there it was yeah, it's 2D, so it's not 3D. Yeah, there's gonna be eventually we may do a 3D version of my model at some point. We'll see. The big reason why initially I got the tuber in the first place though was so that I can still there we go. So that when I do move in with Emma that it's not going to be a problem to like there's not going to be any issues with Emma having to worry about walking around and stuff like that cuz that would cause her stress and I don't want to do that. So is there a bag of clay in here? I don't remember. I think there was not. I think it was bags of sand only. It's very so. Yeah, that's. I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can figure it out though. That it's something that's doable for you. All it takes is finding the right person, though. Like, and eventually, and the style that you enjoy, and you know, deciding which style you want to go with. And you could always do like a PNG tuber for a while first, if you prefer. You don't have to jump directly into having a tuber. It's good to just get started and feel out everything and feel the type of content that you want to participate in, and then go from there. You know, and then also make sure that it's something you enjoy, because just doing it just to do it is one thing, but there's got to be enjoyment factor. Otherwise, it'll wear you out. Yeah. I think there's some default models you can get as well in the differing softwares used in VTubing. You can compare and see what you like. Everybody has their own preferences, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if Prodigy's taking commissions at this time, though. That's why I'm not suggesting, right? Because I don't know. You could always ask, though, I suppose. Yeah, some folks like to wait and are patient. Some folks like to get stuff done right away, though. It depends on the person, right? Everybody's different. I'm gonna go make one of those buckets so I can skip directly to the next forge. Because I don't need to make this type of forge right now, do I? Yep, I'm gonna bail all the way to the big lake. Because, and I'm gonna try and gain some weight, as well as... We'll work on other skills until February's done. That'll clear winter, and then we'll be able to actually function as a player again. At least more kind of properly. That reminds me though, for agriculture, can we see sunflowers on this list yet? No. So poor Higgins doesn't know how sunflowers work. Yeah, absolutely. His link is below the stream if you want to message him on the... It's Ko-Fi, I think. I think you can message people on there without having to pay or anything. You can, like, send a message and then talk. But it should be in the About section. I don't really know how Ko-Fi works, though. Not really. I've only ever been on there a handful of times. Usually it's to pay. Yeah, it gives creators larger cuts of things from what I understand. Or maybe the whole thing, I don't know. Maybe they have a processing fee of some kind. The About section below my stream, how do I contact? I'd have to grab the link because I don't have the link available right now on... Just a sec. There. Because I'm not going to guarantee, though, that he's going to be open to commissions. So that's why I'm suggesting, like, I mean, you can message Prodigy and see, but it's one of those things where he might not be doing commissions right now. Maybe. Maybe. Artists are like that. Yes. So no guarantee, but it's possible. Sometimes artists need break. Let creative juice come back kind of thing. I know he made something for Frog recently, though, for Zoc Alipok. And that's that, and he's been working on some emotes for me as well, which I'm appreciative of. And then there's going to be a very special emote, and it's going to be that I asked for as well. Because I didn't think of really anything that was super duper special until recently. And then I was like, you know what? That's equivalent. So I'm looking forward to that. I was. I'm now running back. I was in Muldra. But I need to make my way back to well, either I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna go to McCoy Estates right now. So that I can work on some metalworking. Take a little break from doing the fitness stuff. I'm gonna bring 2 big old bags of metal over there. And with the goal of making a wooden bucket. It's the game of the game. I just don't know how to type the name. Oh no, you're fine. You just missed the H, that's all. And I don't know if the R is there. Is there an R in Muldra? I don't think there is. I think some folks would agree with calling it that, though, because they don't like it. I'm neutral. I'd say it's my least favorite of the towns, but at the same time, it's not like it's like I hate it or anything. I don't. I think Muldra's... the only reason why it gets the title of my least favorite town is because it's killed more characters of mine than any other town. That said, though, it's like, you know, it's fine. Muldra's okay. Yeah, there's a lot of things in there, huh? For a bit. You be a bunny? Um, Normally I would say yes. Currently I'm gonna say no. Because there's not a bunny that's special in there. So I don't want to give any named bunnies out. Also, bunnies don't have a very good life expectancy, so you would be turned into food eventually. Because yeah. So I'm sorry. I'm gonna say no, but it's okay. We're gonna be playing RimWorld again soon, and I think you're still alive. No, you got killed, didn't you? Oh no. But yeah, this is one of those cases where I'm gonna be like, no. Because I don't want to eat a cinnamon. That's never ever the plan. Sounds terrible in terms of friendship if you're gonna eat your friend. It's not good. Don't eat your friends. Oh, I gotta go grab a bag of water. Not water, a bag of metal. But yeah, the bunnies haven't been faring very well. I come back and every once in a while and another bunny's dead, so I would feel kind of bad that I'm not here taking care of them if there was named bunnies. Because that's the honest truth, is I'm not taking care of them. Off we go. Are they multiplying? I mean, they were kind of until the male died. Now that most of them in there are baby bunnies, and except for the male and female raccoons. As you've seen when I open up the door, most of the animals in there are raccoons. The bunnies were multiplying until, like I said, the male bunny died. When I came back, it was dead, so he must have died of old age, is what I'm gonna guess. Because there was plenty of food and plenty of water. So, yeah. We got an old male bunny. At least he produced a few like bunnies before he met his untimely age. Life in a toilet? There's no toilets in there. I took all the toilets out. I emptied them all into the amphora that's outside so that we got to keep all the water. But yeah, no, it's perfectly fine in there. No toilets, no sinks, nothing for them to hurt themselves on. Still was a funny clip though of them escaping. Oh, poor baby bunny is trying to catch up to its mom. It's like, please, don't leave me. It's like running after it. You have a pig and a bunny in a gas station toilet? Are they best friends? Naming the pigs was a good idea. Because pigs last a lot longer. Same for the sheep and all of those. If I had anything that's not a bunny. So like I do have the raccoons. We could consider naming a raccoon, but once again, I'd feel bad because I'm not taking care of them. They just exist over there in that bathroom. Every once in a while I show up, I fill the troughs, and then I walk away. You hollowed out a whole house for your cows? Wait, zombie cows. Oh, is it because you've got that? Do you have a mod that makes them zombies, or are you using that bug with the butchering? That sounds scary. The magical creative ways players mess with things. Sometimes it's crazy. It really is creative and insane. I don't know why, but it makes me think of that one. It's like a GIF or something. It's where the developer punches the screen, right? And then nothing, because it's supposed to be punch proof, right? And then they let the player do it, and the player punches it, it breaks immediately. Like those Mario 64 wall glitches. Those, a lot of them were clipping things. Like, you clip through and you're able to just kind of like squeeze in. And also using weird camera angles, you could force things to happen. Kind of like in the way that Zelda was stitched together, where you could skip right to the end of the game if you wanted to. Imagine carrying two full duffel bags full of metal, like across. Like, this is marathon worthy, like in terms of distance. If we look at how far Higgins has traveled, I bet you it'd be ludicrous of how many times I've back and forth along this route. Yeah, no, I know. The reason why I haven't added any other mods to my playthrough is because that. I don't want to add more mods to my playthrough. Even mods that I really want, I'm like, no, I'm not adding more. I'm done adding or taking away. Like, I'll take away mods, but I won't add more. Not at the moment. It's not any knock to Twist. I really like Twist. I think Twist is great, but at the end of the day, I'm just tired of adding, So even like I'd like the Dark Water mod and stuff but nope. Not gonna do it. I don't like adding mods mid playthrough. Even though they're optional and they're allowed, it's just against mine, right? My opinion. As the original was getting buggier and buggier, it's because they load the files to the player DB data, so it ends up being it ends up breaking in a way because it loads the file, like it loads up your player file instead of Twist explained it though. Yeah, see, that seems annoying. It seems like Twist is having fun making mods. So might be something to use in the future. Maybe. I think my next playthrough though I'm gonna do just vanilla. Like no mods at all or like very few. Because even having some of these mods currently, I've been like, it's one of those things where I'm like, you know, did I really need this? Probably not. Yeah, that's the only one that I really think is it should be kind of. I kind of wish that that it existed in the game that it already did that. Like, you know, that it already separated them into files away from the player DB so that you could have them easily accessed like this for display purposes. That said, though, that's like the only one. Yeah, doing the daily kills and the walking distance is interesting, but at the end of the day, I feel like the daily kills, you're gonna have those days. Like, how many zombies am I gonna kill today? Zero, right? Maybe two or three if they show up, right? I'm not gonna kill very many. So it's just so these kinds of days it was nice to have the other stats tracking so that you could see that, oh, I am still progressing. Why? Because my weight's going up and I'm getting XP in other things. So that was kind of neat to see, but all it is neat to see. It's not necessary. Just like daily kills. And then we overvalue kills kind of in Zomboid. This was mentioned to me just recently, and I do agree with it. Is that we overvalue how many kills somebody gets, and that there's other aspects of the game that exist, like being able to build stuff, or you know, just having a cool area that's your own. It's there are other aspects to Zomboid that are not just the kill. Let's kill everything, you know. And I can agree with that. Because sometimes it's like, okay, well, zero to hero character, you know, getting them out of that zero state. That's kind of cool, right? On its own. Doesn't require killing zombies to do that. Or, you know, having survived. Just surviving sometimes is pretty good. We're, I'm gonna put this here for now because we're too tired. We're so tired, it's making us cold. That's the other loom right there, actually. Or this one's spinning wheel, not a loom. Mm-hmm. I wonder how many fish we've caught, like total. It's probably a lot. Still probably less than 100 though. Maybe. Definitely less than 200. I wonder if we could net it out based on fishing XP. Can I start with... Is it Stardew Valley? What? The game? Right now, yes. The reason why it's taking the fish so long to bite is because it's cold. This is oddly fitting music for this place. This makes me want to play Resident Evil 2. Like the old one. Hello. We're fishing. No, nothing big this stream. Not yet, anyways. I'd like to hope we get something big. Eventually. But we'll see. I'm patient. and that is something that is difficult. Because getting through this is kind of tiring. You and me both, Higgins. You and me both. He's getting bored. That's... it's like, come on. Even the character's getting bored. Like, it's like... that's... that should say a lot. That should say a ton. This is tons. I'm following all the rules of fishing, except, like, no luck. Like... it's horrible. Fingers crossed this we catch at least one, just one big one, and then we're good. Once we're done catching this fish, then we can go do blacksmithing for a bit. Well, I keep calling it blacksmithing, but it's called metalworking, but it is blacksmithing in my head, and I can't change that. I really can't. It's hard. Very hard to call it metalworking. I don't even think metalworking is, like, I don't mind welding being its own thing. And blacksmithing is what metalworking should be called now. And metalworking itself should just be gone. Of course, it's just an opinion. Your internet derped? You didn't miss much. Not a single fish since since you've been gone. Poor Higgins is gonna get bored again here in a moment. All right, Temetry. Hopefully you're having a good one. I'm currently just waiting for fish. Patiently waiting. Then I'm gonna do some blacksmithing, which we have decent amount of means to do. Patience, once that you just rolled out of bed, congrats. I'm also thinking about some other games though as well. Games I'd like to finish that I haven't finished yet. And then old games that I want to finish, but just because you know, like our Oblivion remastered playthrough, I want to finish that one cuz like well, it's cool and it's it'd be neat to finish that. So I'm daydreaming a little bit about those things at the moment. So I'm probably gonna post that variety poll here soon, and we'll see what folks vote for. Because I think Oblivion, we're partway through the Dark Brotherhood quest line, if I remember right. Oh yeah, I figured you were taking a break, which is fine. There's no people need breaks, and otherwise you're gonna burn out, and then you're not gonna want to play anymore, kind of deal. Till the next major update, like whether that's Build 42 multiplayer or whatever. 'Unless you break a bone. Actually, I heard that breaking bones can sometimes um, work out better, but most of the time it's probably not good, but sometimes it's better. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Don't break your bones. $80 centimeter catfish. Nice. Look at that. Each of the sides are 150 or so. So we'll bring these over there. Now we gotta cut these in half, actually. Just so that they weigh a little bit less. We've got you time off work? Well, if you need time off work in order to be happy and stuff, that's not good. Shouldn't be working at that job then. That doesn't sound fun. You did for 15 years? Okay. Well, so then you're good then, right? Let's see, what do I need? 17 clay. I don't know what I'm gonna need. Oh, goodness. Yeah, even toys were dangerous back then, for sure. Warning labels? What are those? uh, Good times back then, though. Alright, so let's have a look. So it's clear that these fragments actually can be used over here with this. Let's give them their own bag. So how much metal is in there currently? Currently, there's a little bit of metal. So leave it on the floor for a moment. And I'll make... Please. I'll be able to do 5 currently. We need more coal. Does it specifically mean coal, or I don't think it does. Yeah, wood charcoal's enough, but it's 4. Okay, I made 3 bars. So I don't think we can do anything with the broken molds. Go. And currently, we just smelt one of these like this. Make steel. Okay. Now we got to give up another 4 items, because that is the rule. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Okay, so we need this. We need the 2 small bands. Do I have a recipe where I can pull these apart? No. Now that we have that, I can then bend that one into the smaller ones. I just need... first we need to feed ourselves. How's my weight? There we go. Do I actually have a flashlight on me? I do. Just annoyingly dark. And I don't know where all the sinks are in this place. Nope. Not familiar. Okay, now we got daylight. Okay, can't make another one of those right this second. There we go. Okay, so now I've got 4 of these. Oops. I need 4 planks of wire and a small handle. Oh, you need 2 of them. We can't do anything with this, right? Even though I have pliers. Wait a second. I could have sworn this had a recipe that you could pull it apart with. It does. But I don't have the recipe to do it. I feel like you should be able to do that, though. Not much I can do about it. Can I make wire? So I have all this broken fish net here that I can't do anything with at all. I mean, it's completely worthless to me. Let it go. Really hard to let it go though when I can't make a wooden bucket. I can craft metal swords. I can craft like steel, and I can build things from scratch. I can use carpentry skills to build, but wooden bucket evades them. Like it's less so much that the like I can. Hi, by the way. Like I can make, what is it? What would be ridiculous comparatively? Yeah, apparently the wooden bucket, it's like a rocket science. Yeah, I can make a barrel. Can I make a barrel? I think I can make a barrel. I can make a barrel, but I can't make a wooden bucket. Definitely different concepts required for both. Buckets are compact, and despite having the carving skill to carve a wooden bucket out of a log, I don't have the skill to make one. It's 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 frustrating. These kind of leathers. Can I make a ceramic bucket? I mean, I can make a crucible. It kind of counts as a bucket. That's not what I was wanting it for, though. I should take these down and see if I can't take the fur off them. Because if I can actually make an advanced forge somewhere else. I think, because we'll be able to do a bellows. Which is hilarious that we'll be gated by the wooden bucket, of all things. That's a scrunching, right? Yes, scrunching board. I know this is some kind of crafting inventory, but the thing called? It's called a Oh, I just realized that having the softening beam wouldn't really matter because I don't have any brains for tannin. So I should bring these with me and build somewhere else. Which means as part of our return bag, which we will have. Because the only thing holding me back is wire, and I know there's barbed wire somewhere. I can't remember where. But it's somewhere. I'm trying to clear towns gradually. I'm not in a town right now. I was earlier, though. I even had a crash over beside Moldraw. Unfortunately, I lost a handful of zombies due to the crash. That said, though, I will be going back eventually. I was there earlier today, though. And we've cleared, we checked McCoy out as well. And found out that McCoy is, empty. There's no zombies there. Or not really. Like, there's some, but there's not very many. So, like, so I've cleared this. So this area has been cleared. I haven't checked this side yet, but, and then you can see here, like, I mean, we've cleared a little bit, but I've got a ways to go before Moldraw's clear. I haven't checked this corridor out, but I'm pretty sure that I seen a handful of zombies over here to clear. There's gonna be some zombies by Ben's cabin and by the abandoned cabins in the woods, as well as the train station, right? There's always some zombies over there. As well as I did see zombies over beside this area. That's why I bailed, remember? So we'll clear out these side bits eventually. It is my plan to have the entirety of this whole section done eventually. So we'll have this whole section done, and then once we're finished this, then we'll start prepping our staging area for going and taking down probably Rosewood, or I may come up and take down all of West Point area, which would mean that I would then need because my helicopter will have pulled some of West Point over to the corner and into the woods a bit. I'm gonna want to have something to pull them out. If I'm gonna do that, though, I probably should consider going and clearing the rest of Doe Valley first, because we'll be pulling everything from this side of the map over here, as well as we'll be pulling a considerable amount of the Valley Station stuff down, which is fine. But yeah, you just got here, so you didn't know what my plans were. Right now, we're just getting our weight back, and I'm converting over some of our metal, as well as prepping so that we can have advanced metalworking stations in other places. So currently, I was looking at just doing the primitive forge into the simple forge, but if we can manage to make the bucket happen, I can then use these rugs that I found inside this place as a means to produce the bellows, which means that if we can make the bellows, then we will be able to make the advanced forge, and then that's superior. We'll have an advanced forge, and that one's always your favorite. I have some houses that have sentimental value to me. This one here is a sentimental value house to me. It's just north of where we are. Because this is my Emma. This is when Emma played with me. Emma and me lived here, so there's some sentimentality there. I almost find myself going there almost every CDDA playthrough. Plus, it's a really good spot to. It's got a lot of bathrooms. I'm gonna go grab some charcoal for usage over there. And burned it down. That happens sometimes. Accidents happen. But yeah, we're working. I'm working to get a base, and so I'm working to set up the outposts at the churches. The rules for that is that we need a bed needs to be set up there. 5,000 calories worth of non-perishable food, a car, a generator, um, and it needs to be secured, which means that there can't be zombies inside or around it. It needs to be secured. So essentially, it needs to be like a base almost, like an outpost. I don't think there's any more. I can make 6 more bars total technically, but let's start trading. Oh, because I wanted to make a gold. So in order to make that happen, what does it require? I need 1 sheet. So 10 gold fragments. Do I have enough gold fragments to make that happen? 2. I think that's a no. I've got 5 gold fragments so far. I need to see which what I need in order to produce So I am curious. So steel bar, small metal sheet. So it looks like it takes too many steps and isn't worth it. This one just requires a half steel bar and level 5 metalworking. So our current metalworking is what? Oh, we're nearly level 5 as it is. I mean, lots of people like the stone stickles because of their weight. And that's good. It's decent. I don't feel like it's replacing the spear. Like the spear's still good. There's a lot of weapons that are still good. It's just people like metas. That's the thing, is people like to fall into metas and follow, oh, this is the best weapon. It's like, I don't see the stone sickle as the best weapon. It breaks too quickly. I don't believe it's the best weapon as a result of that. Now, one could make the argument, oh, but spears, they broke too quickly. Yeah, but you can make 1,000 spears. You can't quite make 1,000 stone sickles. You can make a decent amount of them, but you can't make, like, it's not like the spear of before, where you could make 1,000 and never ever have to worry about, oh, I've got to go and forage for chipstone. No, you didn't need to do any of that. You just walked over to the nearest forest, wiped it out, and never had to worry about your spears ever again. Yeah, so I don't feel like it's quite the same. How to research fire hardened spear without the magazine? I don't know. Did you try researching the spear, like the regular crafted spear? Did that not work? Nope. Then I have no idea. I have the recipe for it maybe because of wilderness knowledge. Maybe that's what you need, is you need wilderness knowledge in order to do it. Forge hunting knife blade with hunting knife blade? It must be because it would forge a broken one into a non-broken one. Does this give XP? If I forge this into the same... So, because this would cost me charcoal, obviously. Yes. So yes. Yes, it does. It does give you XP to forge the same item into the same item. Which, I mean, it makes sense that I'm melting down one item into it. I'm pouring the exact same thing into its exact... Like, it's exactly the same. I think that that's a little cheesy, though. In essence, though, you could level metalworking in, like, all the way doing that. I'm just having a look at these things, because... Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I got some of the pieces of being able to do that. I'm gonna go grab all these wood over to the charcoal pile. Yeah. What's my tailoring level? Not even like 1, I think, because I think I took sewer this time. Did I take sewer? No, it's 1 and I didn't take sewer, so I must have leveled it to 1 at some point. But so yeah, I'm level 1 tailor. Is there a reason you're asking though? I'm curious. Why is that important to you? If I could, I would just cut right through the woods towards McCoy, but I can't do that. It'd be way, way too dangerous for lots of reasons. The biggest reasons would be that a house alarm went off north of McCoy Estates. So there is a chance that some of North Muldra will have crossed over into these woods. It'd be too much of a risk to try and go through the woods while also carrying essentially what is, extra weight. It's going to take quite a lot of effort to get this stuff all the way there. I don't think I can put very much of it in my bag. You can see a lot of this is very heavy. But that's the thing. It's forged metals, so like we could these are blades that we can turn into knives, which then can help us out. And also, if I should be able to make most of the. We just need barbed wire, which I think I seen some barbed wire recently. I just don't remember exactly where it is. But if we can grab that barbed wire, we can pull it apart, make regular wire, use that to create a wooden bucket. The wooden bucket then can make an advanced forge. We can make an advanced furnace. And then we'll have one at Smoky's that's advanced. And then it's just a matter of processing the metal. It's going to require clay, which we don't have very much of right now. And lighters, which we also don't have very much of right now. But eventually we'll be able to craft a lighter, which will help out immensely. I just gotta wait till we're at level 5 electrical. Who knew creating a lighter would be the equivalent of moving a commercial oven? Like, and understanding the intricacies therein of moving said commercial oven. Yet we can make fire without it. You don't need knowledge to make fire. It's just silly. Silly things. Wait a second. How did you do that with no... You didn't do anything with the... Is my chat broken? You're not supposed to be able to do that without... Huh. What do I use for animals? No, I fish. Fishing and, because people are complaining about the fishing being nerfed, and I disagree. It's not been nerfed. If anything, it's not nerfed or buffed. It's neutral, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's better than it was before. But I haven't done really much like low level fishing in a while. So my fishing's been above level 6 for a little bit, so Maybe the lower levels of fishing are suffering a little, but yeah, you can still fish in winter. Actually, they've taken away the debuffs from what's it called? From seasons. Seasons don't matter anymore for fishing anyways. Or at least they seem like they don't. It's based on temperature, which means you could actually warm yourself by a fire and increase your chance of catching fish. However, of course, I don't know if that's fully intended. I wish they would put it back to the way that it was seasonal, because that made more sense. Now fishing is very confusing. It requires, same as before. So dawn and dusk are your times to fish. And then from there, that's if you want the best outcome. But you just need bubbles. That's all you look for now is the bubbles. Outside of that, I mean, you can make chum to force the bubbles to exist so it doesn't, like, so long as there are bubbles, you're good. Also, a big part of the reason why people are not finding fishing quite as good is because there's a lot of fast forward fishing that goes on. When you fast forward the RNG elements of Project Zomboid, you miss checks that happen in said RNG elements. There are several elements of the game that you shouldn't fast forward. Fishing is one of them. If you fast forward fishing, you're not going to get the most fish that you could get. So you're because you miss checks. That's what happens. It misses. It goes the game goes too fast, and you miss some of the what would be a check to receive a fish. Um, it's very notable in foraging as well. It's harder to catch the nodes when you're fast forward walking along. I mean, it's not bad to fast forward to walk along because it can get you things a little quicker, but they've taken away the pittiness system according to some folks that I've. So maybe it doesn't work quite the way it used to, and now it's a little bit more forgiving. I like the new foraging. I think the new foraging's better. You find a lot more items faster of less quality, which is good. That said, though, another example would be never ever fast forward starting a fire. You'll burn extra exertion for no reason. It's bad overall. You see no bubbles, and then you found an indoor pool that was full of bubbles. Well, there you go, fish there. If there's bubbles, fish. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. The seasons don't seem to matter for fishing specifically. Now I could be wrong. I could just be incorrect. Remember, because Build 42 is different and it's ever changing. Always double check what everyone's saying about things. That said, it does still affect foraging. Winter for sure is affecting me and causing me to find less items. Before you used to sustain on berries. Now I'm not seeing as many berries. I'm seeing a lot more fruit though. I haven't seen very many winter berries this winter. Like not very many at all. I've seen um there is an area that I go and get beauty berries though. So there are plenty of beauty berries available. But yeah, you can use animals. The main ways to maintain your calories right now are rabbits, cows, and sheep through their milk to create butter. Farming sunflower seeds during the spring and summer, I think. I think I can't remember their grow times exactly, but sunflower seeds are one of the best seeds to produce a large amount of vegetable oil. So, because they produce a lot of extra plants to plant, so you can keep a decent harvest of them and then produce a lot of veggie oil. Um, that said, um, rabbits, fishing, butter, veggie oil. Just like not moving around so much is the big thing. Make sure you get your calories in, and then just do something that's like stationary, like reloading, fitness, stuff like that. Stuff that you don't move around a whole lot, and then you gain weight that way. I don't struggle with calories. I struggle with some of the systems being kind of like I wish there was more like that you got little buffs out of things would be kind of nice. Just in case we have to fight going back into Muldra. I don't wanna, because we may have to fight, and it's. I'd rather be ready than maxed out on my tired, requiring a nap. Hello. Is Dixie Frog. Good night, Dixie Frog. I thought I could hear a zombie. All right. We don't need it right now. No. Far as I know, animal tracking doesn't work properly at the moment, aside from you're able to see the tracks better. That's all. As far as I know. But I've not done enough animal tracking for you to trust my judgment on that. So I recommend, looking into it yourself kind of deal. And seeing, maybe checking. I'd do debug tests on that if I but for now it's not been something of a focus of mine. Animals don't like. It's strange. The animals they can see you regardless of if you're crouched. They regardless of they'll spot you anyways. No matter if you have level 10 sneaking, they still see you. So it's a little frustrating because I don't know what that skill even does aside from showing you the tracks. So like you can see the animal tracks and corral them into like a fence or something. Once an animal bumps into a fence though, they lose some of their movement speed. So you're able to kind of catch up to them and bonk them on the head. Fun fact about animals as well is they don't have very much HP. Their HP is really low. So if you hit them, most of the time they'll die with anything. So like, melee attack. The only time they don't is if you're using a weapon that's not very good for that. Like I remember we were doing the running attack and we accidentally poked one of the raccoons and it didn't die. But that said, it's it depends, right? It definitely has it depends on the status of your character as well. Chances are you aren't catching an animal though if your exertion is high. Not unless they're just standing there because they like you. They build up acceptance over time. So if you just are near them for long enough, eventually they'll just accept you. Also, if you trap them, because trapping animals have maxed out acceptance. So it's because you free them from the trap, right? And you pick them up. So they just are maxed out on acceptance. They won't run away right away. Which kind of makes sense. I mean, you freed them from the trap, so even if you were the one that baited it, they don't know that. They just see that you helped them. We're almost back to Muldra. This is a track. That said, though, it's worth it because these we'll be able to turn these into leathers that we can use. At least I think. Seems weird that I can see a grid under the snow. I mean, kind of, but I mean, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it's in and out, right? I should have brought at least a little bit of the...
You're amazing!
Oh, thank you very much for the follows. We appreciate. Okay, we should be able to take this apart. 24 flint shards there. It'd be so fun if we could throw knives. We can't though. Ta-da! And these are ones that we made ourselves. Okay, and actually this is one that I'm gonna keep. For that for later. And just because we haven't made them yet, let's make some. Oh, you can't roll them? Come on. Why even put them there if we can't roll them? All the other dice in the game work perfectly fine. Why do the wooden dice not work? I'm so disappointed. Liz, levels of disappointment have been reached. I can't roll the dice. Won't let me. It must be something they missed. 100%. No fun allowed. Yeah. Hopefully you're having a good day, Liz. I'm having a good day. I'm feeling a lot better today than I was yesterday. I had like some stomach issues yesterday that were pretty bad. But I am recovered-ish, and here I am. We're making progress. We can play D&D with the other dice. The other dice work fine. Just these particular wooden dice do not work. But yeah, you can roll the other dice in the D&D pouch. All the other ones work fine. Okay, so let's see. So we still need to make the primitive forge, I think, in order to progress towards the other stuff. Put that there. Pour you on the ground. Let's see, I'm gonna keep the mason's trowel just because I don't want to not have a mason's trowel. I sprained my knee. Oh no, you were injured for TwitchCon. You were meant to be in Amsterdam, but you can barely walk. Oh, I'm sorry that you don't get to go to TwitchCon now because you're injured. Hopefully you recover very quick. I'm sorry to hear that. That is unfortunate. Sometimes things like that happens, though. No, you're upset. That's understandable. But it's okay. At least you can be you're at home and that you have time to be with friends and stuff. So that's nice, right? It does suck though that your plans kind of have fallen short because of it. And I know how it is to really be looking forward to a con and then, but like, things not work out. Because I was, I've been there. Sucky as it is. I need a little break. Understandable. I'm glad that you're having a fun day. That's, things aside. Because doing that Valheim stuff must be fun. I like Valheim. Valheim's a good game. I do want to play it again at some point in the future. But just one of those things. I'll have to when we get time. I made it as far as I've got to fight the Elder. And that's the next thing I got to do in Valheim. We were just getting ready to build a house though, like an actual home, and have like a house be built. Like I was getting ready to do it. A biome lock challenge. So you're not allowed to leave the biome you're in? Or or are you allowed to leave the biome, but only if you beat the boss and then you have to immediately go to the next biome and you're stuck there? Or something. I don't know how Valheim works particularly. But I know that you do need in order to transfer like bosses are in certain areas, right? Let's go get some food. I'm only interact with the current boss biome and one previous. So I'm only allowed to interact with one biome and the one previous. So once I beat Elder, I cannot interact with the meadows again. What does that mean? Does that mean that let's pretend that the next one after that is like I don't know, a, a plains. Then let's and so then you wouldn't be able to interact with the elder biome if the next one's the plains because you only can interact with two biomes at a time, the one you're on and the one before. Can you interact with the biome that's ahead? I suppose you wouldn't want to, but interesting. I don't know. Seems like very difficult challenge. It's neat the custom challenges folks can come up with that for each thing, right? Start the item. Meadows and Black Forest. Stage 3 in the Black Forest. Oh, so then you're not allowed meadows. Stage 3. So yeah, so I've not made it that far in the game, so I don't know much about that aside from what I watched Snoot play. But I didn't quite understand what was going on in Snoot's game. I'll be like that's Snoot's game was confusing to me after a certain point because I wasn't there for a whole time, right? Because I in and out. I watch stuff when I can, kind of deal. Yeah, yeah. No, I know. You're preventing, and I very much appreciate that you're not spoiling for me. That's very kind. The I'm grateful. But yeah. Okay, so that's interesting. So you would be able to bring, can you go back and get your base stuff? Like so like when you beat the next boss, can you bring, or do you just have to go right away? Can you go grab can you go back to your main base and like bring stuff back? Or is that the exception? Is that your base is the only exception to the rule, and that wherever you're based, the items there in the base are fine? How does that work? So like let's say you're based in the meadows and you have like some crops growing and stuff. You're allowed to use your crops and stuff, right? But you're not allowed to go like out and chop wood in the meadows. You're not allowed. Is that what I'm to understand? Is that your base is fine? Or do you have to like uproot your base every time? And only bring what's in your inventory? I don't really fully understand how Valheim works in terms of base crafting, but it seems like you can make really fancy bases. So, can you take off the mask? It is interfering. Great.
You're amazing.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you very much for the follow. I am currently in process of collecting breakfast. And then once we have breakfast, we will go and continue pushing against Moldraw. The reason why I'm holding off on actually trying to craft the blacksmithing stuff is because I know that I can't get a whole lot of clay right now. I'd be so sick of cherries after this point. If I were Higgins, I would not eat cherries ever again. I really wouldn't. He's been eating cherries and fish for like just cherries and fish for months. Months. Imagine that's your only diet. That you're eating cherries, fish, and the occasional berries once in a while when you find the berries at the farm. It's just like, I can't imagine it. I couldn't do it. There's no way. I wouldn't be able to do that. I'd have to have some variance. I'd have to eat something else. I wouldn't be able to do this. This is like the hardcore food challenge. So I can go back to base when I beat Elder. I need to go back to base, take take structures like beehives, smelters, and furnaces and away once. Can't take any structures, only the things in the chests. But once the chests are emptied, then that's it. Oh, so you do have to move. You have to like move base. Okay, interesting. So you like you have like a moving day essentially, where you have to bring everything and be like, okay, I got to start by bringing my structures. Okay, got everything. Okay, and then, but if I recall correctly, Valheim's very kind about refunding items. So like when you're building, is that it refunds like equivalent, which is nice. Unless there's settings to change that. When I was playing, it was refunding things, pretty much 1-to-1. Yeah, you have a carry limit. Yeah, no, I understand. But still, like, I mean, you'd put everything in the chest, then you'd build, and then you'd tear down everything, and off you go, right? Essentially, you have a moving time frame where you have to move. You beat the boss, so now you get to move. But after you're done moving, then like, it's not like you're harvesting resources from the area. You're only harvesting your base so that you can move. I think I understand the parameters of your challenge. That's an interesting challenge. I'm not doing any of that though on my playthrough. My playthrough is just a basic bare bones, like I've never ever played before, so I'm trying my best. And I didn't die to the boss. I died to these little guys though. There was lots of them. They surrounded me and beat my face in. It was horrible. But I beat the boss that I was the first boss pretty easily. That wasn't hard. There's a lot of those little guys though. They're like everywhere. I feel like that's kind of the thing. I don't know if they were called graylings or whatnot, but there was like lots of them and they were small. They were everywhere. Like we killed a troll, and but those little things, like I said, it's just quantitatively there was just too many of them. Like I killed one, kill two, kill three, but there's like a bunch of them. They were all over the place. Eventually, they wore me down, and then I ran out of health because I was trying to run away. And much like anything, when you're trying to run away, it's not wise. You're at your ends. Like you're probably in a dire strait, and I was because I fought them for a while. It was fun. I had fun. And give you pointers? Alrighty. Well, I probably would play and then figure out some stuff. But yeah, and I'll bear in mind that you know the game inside and out and can give me some pointers if I need them. If I feel stuck at all, which is more than likely gonna happen. Yeah, invulnerability frames are your friend, is what I know. There's invulnerability frames in Zomboid too. They're not as used though. They are sometimes. You just don't want to be using them. Because if you're using the invulnerability frames in Zomboid, you are in a bad place. Do not use those frames. It means that you've made some mistakes. And yeah. Yeah. The parrying thing I didn't realize existed at first. Like I understood the blocking, and then when you first parry and you didn't know it really existed, it's neat. Because it reminded me of Dark Souls. Not that I've ever played Dark Souls, but I did play its predecessor, Demon Soul. And Demon Soul had a similar thing. Yeah, I got this. Easy peasy. Whenever I end up doing it. Which, I kind of lean towards based on what folks prefer. So, because I don't mind. Like, we could play pretty much whatever. But I do have preferences that I hope for. So it probably is going to go on the list for variety. I'm surprised we already broke one. Any others? Yes. Is the thing you're locked to your character, not the world? Oh yeah, so it's like kind of like Zomboid, but not quite the same. Cause Zomboid, there's certain aspects of Zomboid currently that are not tied to your character. And that's like the crafting stations that they're adding to the game gradually. I really, really hope that they add the crafting, like a list of the crafting inventories here in the help menu, so that you know how many crafting inventories exist without actually having to. Because right now, the only way to figure out the crafting inventories is to interact with every single crafting inventory that, or like, you got to interact with them all. And so you'd be spam clicking everything. And it's not a bad thing, I guess, but because in terms of discovery, it's cool. But I could see it being also kind of frustrating to find out the entire time that you could have been crafting some stuff that you know, the entire time. There we go. Ooh, that's bad. Enjoy your coffee, Liz. Yeah, I'm gonna shout out Liz too, because Liz is great. Shout out for Liz. Yeah. You guys should follow Liz. Liz plays Zomboid as well. Got very, very close to making a perfect character. Yeah. Enjoy your lurk. Very, very close. Yeah. You're gonna do a Zero to Hero vanilla? That sounds fun. This character was Zero to Hero. It's not vanilla though. There's some mods. Mostly visual though, nothing that changes gameplay. Not really. The new muscle strain mechanics definitely make things take a lot longer in terms of leveling your character. I'm gonna rest him. The reason why Higgins panicked was because there's one of the zombies who's getting back up, Reanimator. I wish they'd just break through the fence already. They don't, though. They bang on the fence at the moment. They don't break it. At least I don't think they do. My knee pads? I might be wrong, though. Maybe they do break through the fence. I really hope they do at some point, because it would be so much easier to clear areas if they can't get stuck. Okay, we're too tired. Let's back off. We're also going to be entering tier 3 of hunger here in a bit, which is going to be annoying. Ribbit. Good morning. I'm enjoying the run. It is going really well. I'm making progress. How goes your stuff? You've been playing a lot of other games, like, what's it called? On the tip of my tongue. It was... Because I seen you playing a lot of the, like, split ones, and then... But hopefully you're having fun. I can't remember right now. Struggling. Last of Us. I wanted to say that, but like at the same time, I didn't know if it was called Last of Us or something else. I was like another story kind of game. I should have just trusted myself. My mouse, no, my keyboard was broken recently, and that's why you can hear my keys now a little bit. If I think it's audible, that people should be able to hear my keys while I'm walking around and stuff, because it's a new type of mechanical keyboard that I've got, and it's because I had to replace my old one. The Last Among Us. Yeah, that one. I know where it is too. You want to see? I'll show you. See, The Last Among Us is right here. Right there. See? It's like suspicious. It's just funny to me that that game took off as much as it did. It's a party game like Jackbox or any of those ones, right? That are it's pretty fun with friends. I suck at Among Us, by the way. Like I'm not very good. When it comes to doing the tasks, I'm okay, but I'm easily one of the people that gets a little too focused on their tasks and gets killed as a result. And then also, when I'm the killer, I get caught right away, like almost immediately. Because the last time I played it, um, I went for the kill on somebody, and like 5 people were walking down. It's like a side passageway. There was no reason for that many people to be walking down that way. And there's 5 people walk down that way. Obviously, they see me. I'm like, what am I gonna do? How am I gonna lie my way out of that one? They watch me off the other person. It's like, so we get into the call. I'm like, it was me the whole time. But we should jettison someone else. Is what I said. Can we just not? Just you guys let me continue. No. Immediately launched out the airlock. And we need to do berries, and I need to remove the mask. And then we need to rest on the ground for a little bit. Higgins is good. What, that they accidentally got murdered by me? Like it was their fault somehow? I don't think I have enough mental gymnastics to be able to make that work. You see, they fell on my blade. It was not my fault. And they just choose orange every time. What color was I? I think I was blue. I got lost in some of the mini games though. Some of those mini games that didn't really make sense, and at first until you knew how to do them. They went to stab me, but I stabbed them first. See, that works in that other game that you were playing, the one with the ducks. Right, or the goose or whatever, like the where there's the Avenger and all those other cool classes. I liked that game that you were playing. It was neat. I liked playing a lot of the games that you play though. A lot of the variety ones are fun. I don't even know where you see half of these games that you seem to find. It's like that lasers game. Where did that one come from? It's random. I'm surprised that you haven't done that other one. What's it called? Tails Runner. Tails Runner's a fun game. It's used to be a part of was it ArenaNet? I can't remember. But it was it's like a track and field Mario Kart kind of game with anime characters. That's what the lasers game made me think of. I wish there was a way to just... I'm gonna bail from this area. You don't remember how you found it? You see what I mean, though? Like, you've got random games that just show up. And they're fun. They're pretty fun. Like, but they're just random. The randomest of games. Did I join in? Yeah, I played lasers with you before. But you're the reason why I have that game. It was you and Blank were like, come play lasers. I was like, what the heck is lasers? Like, it's like $1. It's $1 for lasers. I was like, okay, sure. What's with this? No, you don't. I kind of want to break this next. So we'll break this, get rid of that. We can get more use out of that dollar. Oh, we played it enough that it's like, but it's one of those games that can be very frustrating if you lag a lot. And I was not having good connection most of the time. There was a times where I'm like timing wise, I seen the laser, but it did not. Like the connections were tough. It could be fun though. I don't know. There's a lot of variety games that you guys have got me to play that were very strange but really fun. Tower Unite would be another good one though. I think I've recommended that one before because Tower Unite's pretty fun because you get to have like your own virtual apartment. But there's like mini games. Like Little Crusaders is probably one of the cutest mini games I think I've ever seen. Oh. Plus, I could get Emma to play Tower Unite. Emma loves that game. Or those mini games. Okay, so you're gonna be playing like some, what's it called? Elden Ring. That'll be fun. Those bosses are always difficult. Kind of puzzly. I don't exactly know how to safely get them off of there. Because that's pretty tight quarters. Gonna have to deal with it for now. There we go. Ooh, nice. Ruffle. Very cute. Very cute. I wish they would stop that. I don't think it's because they can't break the fence, I don't think it's a necessary thing to have right now. And it's more annoying than... I'll go over here. Nope. No, 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 no. If there's gonna be other zombies around, I don't want anywhere near those cinder blocks. I don't trust it. It's going fairly good. How goes your run? Is your run going decently? Still alive? That's good. Hey, Trip. How goes? You having a fun day? You're gonna lurk? Okay, that's fair. So long as you're... Hopefully your class goes good. Oh, that looks great. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got lots of different outfits that I can wear, which is good. I need to back off. I'm pushing it and I know it. Oh no. Yes, this one. Yeah, it depends on which knife I'm using, though. Some of the knives take more than 4 strikes, and that's okay. They're still a good knife to have. Because I need to basically use as many of the knives as I can right now. What level of short blade am I? We are level 7, so we are actually doing the real damage of short blade. So for those that don't know, because I'd like telling this to folks that don't realize it, but level 7 is the real damage of your weapon. Every level prior to 7 is a debuff. So when you hit level 7 is when you actually are doing the real damage your weapon should be dealing. It's a 1.0 multiplier at level 7. So yeah, all prior to is all debuffs to weaken your character overall so that, you know, that's how the game works. So it's an interesting thing. And then after that, it's just gravy levels. So up to an 130% buff to damage, or it's 1.3, right? So it starts you out at 0.3. So as your 0.3 is the multiplier for no weapon bonus. So whenever it'll multiply that by your damage to deal it to the zombies. So it's based on that damage value there that you see, right? So some weapons do more damage than other weapons, but then that is multiplied by the value in your weapon skill. Strength is also plays a role in it as well, but it also, it's mostly weapon skill. The weapon skill being the most the most important part. I read the word interesting and almost said it out loud. But yeah, it's cool knowing these little niche details, but at the end of the day, use whatever you want. There's no bad weapon or, they're all okay. They're all good. You can use whatever. Rivet. Yeah, level 7 is the good level. Now it's fine. No, you can use the angled flashlight on the mesh. If you've got the mesh, you can just use the angled flashlight and it's hands free. Of course, I don't have that now, and it would be difficult to acquire one of those in the rat race. Probably, like you'd have to go to a place that has high spawn rate of those, like Guns Unlimited or something. Or the mall. I could see the mall or the military surplus stores having it. But angled flashlight would be your best friend if you were to use long blunts and fight at night, which is not necessarily like you don't need to do that, right? Okay. Long blunts are really good weapons, though. So are short blunts, so are spears, so are axes. Short blades are good, long blades are good. They're all good. With differing reasons. The reason why I favor short blades as well, though, is because they exertion. They give the least exertion, and I like that. Short blunts are also give very low exertion as well. And then axes too if you're using the sickles or the saws. The problem is though, if you're using the one-handed weapons at all, they actually have a 0.06 multiplier to muscle strain. Meanwhile, the two-handed weapons have a 0.05 multiplier to muscle strain. Of course, it's a strain that's split between the two arms, right? So, but still, that is applied. So it's like a whole 0.1 more to use a single-handed weapon than to use a double, like the two-handed. But the two-handed weapon's way more, so they hurt your exertion more. So it's all dependent on how much strength you have versus how much exertion you have. Strength versus fitness. If both are maxed, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. But, if you're thinking from a term of min-max. What have we got? Berries. Nice. I'm gonna go looking for some breakfast in the farm. I think one of the better bonuses for one-handed weapons is being able to hold a bag in your right hand, so you can carry around a duffel, and that's got some items in it. Probably more short blades, or you can loot with the duffel, which is nice. Plus, these are lightweight weapons, so even though the this hydration pack is full, it's still lightweight. We still got a full like 7 encumbrance in our inventory. Yeah, you could do an umbrella. Alrighty, see you later. Enjoy your walk home. Be safe. Oh, you can't even imagine. Poor Higgins has only been eating berries, cherries, and fish. So berries, cherries, fish. That's it. That's his diet right now. I would be going insane if I had to eat that as my diet. Like the fish would break it up a little bit, but like honestly, berries, cherries every day. Like poor Higgins. Because of winter, yes. Outside of winter, we're able to eat a lot of different things, mushrooms and, berries as well, but mushrooms, crops, other meats. And we can go eat rabbit. There is rabbit available, but it's so far away that I don't want to go and get it. Like it's too far away, you know? Exactly. No yogurt to put in the berries. No nothing. And we can't make cheese. I cannot wait. We've got cheese making cloth, so in theory we should be able to make cheese at some point, right? I can't wait. We'll be able to make cheese. That's a sound effect you don't like to hear when you're in the deep woods. It's because I veered really far off the path, and there's definitely zombies over there. And I want to watch Higgins. Come on, zombies. Just leave Higgins alone. He wants to wash. See? Let's go see. This is like, yeah, the mighty can opener. It's opening a very particular can. You know. Ooh, a shotgun. Nice. And get arrested. It's you. You seem to be wandering off into the woods. Can we stop that? Okay. Just gonna throw this bag there. Well then. That's unfortunate. That's 2 crashes now today. This may kill Higgins, by the way. We'll see. Because we are very close to the zombies. However, it might do a call instead. If it does another call, I'm going to get a little annoyed. So, there's 3 things that could happen right now. The first one is that it kills Higgins. The second one is that it could cull the zombies. And the third thing is that, well, we'll find out here in a moment. It's not capturing, right? Well, we'll see here in a second. I'm not even going to click load until it captures correctly because I want you guys to be able to see what happens. It's being weird. This happens with Zomboid sometimes, though. I'll try relaunching it. All right, good luck indeed. We'll see. The worst, the best of the worst case scenarios is that it spawns with that zombie directly in front of Higgins, Higgins facing that zombie, and I have to run, and I'm gonna need to shoulder check that zombie and run away, which we've noticed that the shoulder check has been causing some problems lately. I don't know if it's gonna work out, if that's the best of the worst case scenarios. The One of the case scenarios, though, is that it'll cull the zombies in the area, which I hope it doesn't, but that is an option as well that'll happen. It's not capturing right for what... Oh, there it goes. Wasn't hooking right for whatever reason. Yep, it chose to do a call, like I said. That's the second call we've had today, which is really, really obnoxious. So for those that don't know what a call is, basically what it does is it wipes out all the zombies in the player loaded area. Which means that if I'm gonna go over here and look at this bag, we're gonna see no zombies. If I walk around this corner, we're gonna see no zombies. Ta-da, see none? No zombies. And now if we look over there, there's plenty of zombies, right? That's the sucky part about this, is that it's culling part of my zombies. I'm losing zombies, and it sucks. But it's a safety net feature that Zomboid has built in. If there's too many zombies on load in, it'll lag you or lag the player, right? Which is in turn unpleasant for the player, right? Because you don't want to lag when you're loading in, right? That said, though, I wish that the culling area on the zombies was like smaller. Instead of the entire player loaded area, it should do maybe like 10 or 20 tiles around the player themselves, right? Just 10 or 20 around the player. The rest should be, left alone, cuz I don't want to lose my zombies. It sucks cuz it's like I really I like killing the zombies. That's part of the fun of the game, is to kill the zombies and have a good time. But it's definitely not fun to lose zombies, right? So now we get to automatically get to push our watch bag forward, all because of that weird interaction with the fences. Something's going wrong with the fences and it's causing a crash. Ooh, that's a decent chunk right there. I'll be pleased to fight that here in a bit. But yeah, so something's going wrong with the fences. I don't know what's going wrong with them exactly, but I do know it has to do with the fences. And the zombies interacting with the fences, which is a new feature they added, which I can appreciate if it actually worked the way that they were going to add it in, right? You know, with the zombies breaking the fences. I'm okay with that, but the feature's not ready yet and it's causing crashes. I'd much rather a feature not be implemented at all if it's going to cause crashes that are going to, you know, in turn we lose our zombies as a result, right? At the moment, like, I mean, could always implement it later when it's finished. Now, it could be just me coincidentally running into a different crash problem alongside the zombies banging on the fences, but so far it's been twice in a row now that we've had zombies bang on fences and something cause go awry. Two separate instances. But yeah, a smaller area of culling around the player would be better than, like, you know, or at least one that you can adjust. Like, for those that don't know, 20 tiles is actually quite a lot. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20. So 20 would be about here-ish, right? So out here. Around the player. That's like, it's not the whole player loaded area because the whole player loaded area is like 100 tiles. So it would be a much smaller chunk. And I would have probably only lost maybe, I think I lost another 500 or so zombies at least. Which, yeah, like I said, that sucks. Because it's slowly chipping away at my Moldraw zombies and not giving it to my kill count where I would want it, you know? But that is what it is. I'm sorry that we had some loading issues and such. Okay, so we'll speed along to bedtime because I don't want to keep fighting for this last couple of in-game hours while we're tired. Time is it? Yeah, I think that's a good stopping point. As much as we just loaded back the game and stuff, it's not a bad point to stop. I'm a little frustrated, as anyone can imagine. But still, we made good progress either way. I was able to make it all the way to McCoy and get ourselves some extra knives, as well as we brought the leather over, so we'll be able to do the blacksmithing stuff eventually. But yeah, I'm gonna end it there. And we'll raid out. We'll see who's on. And thank you very much for coming and hanging out with me. Do very much appreciate. Let's see. Yeah, there's lots of good folks on. Yeah, we can raid Twist. I haven't raided Twist in a little while, I don't think. There you go. Hey, you guys can go say hi to Twist. Ta!